El cambio climático es uno de los grandes desafíos de nuestra era. A diario, el planeta da cuenta de las enormes transformaciones que sufre y cuyos impactos nos afectan a todos. Vivimos un punto de inflexión en el que urge tomar medidas drásticas ahora. No actuar implica que adaptarnos al cambio climático y mitigar sus efectos será un proceso cada vez más largo, más complejo y costoso, poniendo en riesgo el bienestar de las futuras generaciones. Sistematizar y contextualizar la evidencia científica sobre cambio climático es vital para tomar decisiones que se materialicen en políticas públicas robustas, efectivas y trascendentes.
A propósito de la COP25, este ministerio convocó a la comunidad de investigación con el objeto de disponer de la mejor evidencia científica para la toma de decisiones, para las políticas públicas y para asumir compromisos nacionales e internacionales con metas ambiciosas y factibles. Además, para contar con capacidades para enfrentar desafíos globales y locales en mitigación y en adaptación al cambio climático. La exitosa instalación y gestión del Ministerio de Ciencia se ha basado en vincular la institucionalidad con el mundo científico nacional, incluso más allá de nuestras fronteras.
Así, más de 600 investigadores e investigadoras del más alto nivel, con destacadas trayectorias y vinculados a los principales centros de investigación y desarrollo, así como a universidades nacionales, acogieron el llamado y están trabajando colaborativamente. Coordinados por el Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, la labor de estos profesionales marca el inicio de la vinculación entre la ciencia y el sector público en una materia de interés nacional, y aspiramos a que se consolide como un espacio de asesoría permanente. Impulsar la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático y, a través de ella, afianzar la existencia del Comité Científico es el reconocimiento explícito a la investigación de excelencia que nuestra comunidad nacional ha generado durante décadas, dando paso a una nueva fase, la de utilizar este conocimiento para construir un mejor país. El Comité Científico de Cambio Climático se organiza en 7 mesas de trabajo, 2 transversales, adaptación y mitigación energía, y 5 temáticas: agua, Antártica y criósfera, biodiversidad, océanos y ciudades. Las recomendaciones entregadas por el comité han contribuido a establecer profundas sinergias y comprometer a otros importantes actores del mundo gubernamental.
Es en las 7 mesas de trabajo del Comité Científico que se ha generado el insumo más abundante, práctico y evidente en torno al entendimiento y abordaje del cambio climático en Chile como un fenómeno en desarrollo al que debemos adaptarnos permanentemente. El conocimiento y evidencia que han arrojado estas mesas de trabajo impulsan el establecimiento de medidas concretas de mitigación y adaptación que consideran la interacción de variables de la evolución del planeta, pero fundamentalmente el impacto de nosotros, los seres humanos.
Los coordinadores de las mesas del Comité Científico utilizan metodologías flexibles de participación de la comunidad científica para sistematizar y contextualizar la mejor evidencia disponible a través de grupos de trabajo, talleres, encuestas, consultas y la construcción interactiva de documentos. El resultado de la mesa de trabajo ha ido más allá de la generación, sistematización y contextualización de evidencia. Su labor también se ha traducido en 188 recomendaciones vinculadas a la mesa del comité, para que entes públicos y privados puedan contar con información clave para la toma de decisiones que permitan hacer frente al cambio climático. El trabajo de la comunidad científica muestra la necesidad de avanzar en el combate al cambio climático, especialmente en un escenario donde la pandemia del COVID-19 y sus consecuencias se han convertido en la primera preocupación de la sociedad.
Demostrar la necesidad y pertinencia de la generación de conocimiento local continúa siendo un desafío interno que impacta en lo global, principalmente por el potencial de Chile en cuanto a generación de energía limpia que puede instalar a nuestro país en una posición de liderazgo en el combate al cambio climático. Ahora, para que este desafío se transforme en una realidad, se requiere de una gobernanza robusta y también que se establezcan y profundicen las confianzas entre diversos actores del ámbito científico y gubernamental, poniendo foco en la carbono neutralidad más allá de cualquier interés y protagonismo sectorial o de corto plazo.
La evidencia a nivel global es contundente. El cambio climático es real y ha generado impactos irreversibles en importantes ecosistemas de nuestro territorio. Si como sociedad persistimos en el ritmo actual de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, la temperatura media mundial seguirá subiendo, los océanos se tornarán más ácidos y se calentarán aún más, y el deshielo se incrementará. La mayoría de los efectos del cambio climático persistirán durante siglos, incluso si las emisiones se detienen por completo. Comprometernos con la solución es entonces tarea de todos. Tener un planeta habitable supone construir una sociedad más sostenible y equitativa que, de la mano con la institucionalidad, impulsa un compromiso con una economía más verde.
Como nunca antes, hoy contamos con evidencia contundente y conciencia sobre el cambio climático. El momento para tomar acciones con determinación es hoy. Todos debemos ser parte de la solución. Ese es el desafío del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático convocado por el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
connected to participate in this last day of the second conference on scientific evidence and public policies, climatic change in Latin America and the Caribbean. These days have been learning days for us to see how in our regions we can be prepared to face in a better way this climate change context. I want to start this day to thank those who have made this possible, this meeting possible, the Ministry of Science, the Scientific Committee on Climate Change of Chile, Fundación MEDI, and the European Union through this Euroclimate program, ECLAC, and the Inter-American Institute for Research on Global Change and International Network for Government Science Advice. These have cooperated so that this can be possible. We are going to invite Leonardo Muñoz, the head of the Science Office and Government Office of the Ministry of Science. Leonardo, good morning, and good morning, everybody. Authorities, representatives of the government, my distinguished colleagues and distinguished scientists devoted to climate change. We're very happy today that we're in the last day of the second conference on the scientific evidence and public policies for Latin America and the Caribbean that tries to strengthen the dialogue in order to go forward in the discussion of science and public policies, which is an important challenge for this global context that we have. It is a challenge in which certainly we are living the uncertainty as the global sensation that both the people and the decision makers are experiencing. So there is lots of expectation in that the global scientific community can understand this event, this context, and can give answers to the different situations that we're living today, social, economical, and sanitary ones as well. And in this road of looking for solutions and answers, we have seen that the scientific community has been working both locally and globally. So today we see an experience with no precedent in our history, the effort of the IPCC of systematizing and strengthening to have a much more solid response in terms of the state of the art of climate is similar to the big efforts that have been deployed to give solutions to, for example, the sanitary crisis that we're living today in COVID. So in the long run, the effect of climate change is an opportunity for us to generate capacities that are permanent and get us prepared to face the challenges in the future, implying what is going on with our planet that we have 1.5 degrees over. So this is takes us to a crossroad in terms of the goals that we have to look for, but we need to see technology, science, and innovation to make better decisions. This generates tensions, and those tensions are expressed in the public sector in a way that the knowledge is facing the complexity of other processes of decision making. What we have decided and see in our public sector is that we have to consider the science, but has to be tuned with the technology, with the legal, social and political spheres. And from the road of generating knowledge, we have to see what are these mechanisms mobilizing knowledge to be enshrined inside the decision-making processes. So we see the opportunity of those mechanisms, which is the matter that we want to discuss today in this conference, precisely to strengthen this dialogue between the scientific community and the decision makers, because we understand that as we incorporate the better possible evidence, we are coming closer to public policies that are much more solid and consistent and much more ambitious based on the big challenge that we are facing. Within this framework, we from Chile, as the president of the CO2, contributed to promote the solutions and initiatives and actions in a determined way and quite ambitiously. And in order to go towards systematization of the scientific evidence of the climate change available in our country, the scientific committee that in which more than 600 researchers of all the country worked along 7 months in a very short period of time. Only 6 months of work generated several hundreds of initiatives that contributed to the Ministry of Science and to the negotiating team of Chile in the process of the framework of the United Nations of the climate change in order to strengthen our position in the different negotiations that took place afterwards. This response of the scientific committee has been reflected on how science was considered in the definitions of the commitments assumed by ONCDC and the elaboration of the long-term politics that we are doing, which are linked to our idea of being adapted and mitigating the climate change. In the second conference, we have discussed on 2 areas which are important. First, the scientific evidence that are presented by the last report of the IPCC. We have been discussing for several days on the different contents of these chapters of this last report and the main findings, regionally speaking. Yesterday, we talked about the experience of systematic information linked to climate change, and today, based on this discussion and seeing the observation issues, we want to deepen up and to go into the mechanisms of scientific advisory. This is the invitation today to see these mechanisms, then to see what way these mechanisms can inform better policies to contribute to strengthen our position, not only nationally, but regionally in the Latin American and Caribbean context to face as a continent the effect of climate change that are affecting us. We want to thank, first of all, our Scientific Committee on Climate Change, IPCC, for the generosity in terms of systematizing and contributing with the contextualization of evidence, the one that we took in order to generate linkages to public policies. And we want to thank also the European Union through the EuroClimate Plus program and ECLAC, because they have been an important and tremendous allies in this conference that we are discussing, but in other areas as well that scientifically were important. We want to thank as well our strategic alliances with Fundación MERI, with whom we have generated a dialogue of dissemination associated to this conference, which is very important because together with strengthening the dialogue, taking science closer to the citizenship is part that we want to foster as a ministry. And I want to thank also our team of administration, particularly the Agency of Science and Government and the Ministry of Environment, particularly the Office of Climate Change, with whom we have created a relationship which is quite narrow in order to make these decisions on climate change. We are facing an opportunity for this evidence to be taken, which is the strategic objective of the Ministry of Science in order to have a permanent answer and to respond from science to the welfare of Chile and the people and those who live in their territory. So from it, I would like to widen up my invitation to my colleagues of the different countries of Latin America and Caribbean. either being scientists, public policy people, to strengthen these channels or to generate those channels, to exchange experiences, because only they will contribute our position if we work together. Normally, in the different panels that we can participate, but we can contribute with our evidence, and we need to strengthen then our position, our understanding of the climate change, and to strengthen obviously the scientific knowledge which is associated to it. This conference is understood as a first step towards this area that we hope that in time can be strengthened and deepened up and extended towards all the areas of the actors linked to climate change. So I would like to wish to ourselves a productive dialogue with a view towards the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Leonardo, for your words. Very important to understand better in this scientific evidence. We're going to listen to Carolina Urmeneta. He is greeting us from the Ministry of Medio Ambiente and Environment. Carolina is a civil engineer and biotechnology of the Universidad de Chile, Master in Science of Sustainability in the University of Salamanca. And today, she is the head of the Office of Climate Change of the Ministry of the Environment. Carolina. Thank you, Magdalena, and good day, everybody. I thank the invitation from this Ministry of Science, the European Union, Fundación Meri, to be part of this regional conference on scientific evidence and public policies, which is done thanks to the alliance between the European Union and the presidency of COP25 that started in 2019 to start working with scientific evidence in Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to salute to Leonardo that we have been working together from our positions so that we can go forward in the climate policies with scientific basis. Mr. Mena as well, and Melania that will be in this excellent panel that we are going to have afterwards. During COP25, Chile was quite clear saying that science is not negotiable and should be the base for decision-making and the search for solutions. COP25 recognized by consensus and the decision of this COP that we should be based in the best scientific knowledge, understanding the role of IPCC and the special reports that have been given in 2018 and 19, available for the informed decision-making process, as we have seen the sixth report of this IPCC that you have been touched upon during these 4 days. 2019, when we started with the organization of COP25, was President Piñera with Minister Coover and Minister Smith that created the Scientific Committee on Climate Change that was constituted by more than 600 scientists that were led by Maisa Roja, the coordinator of this committee, and they joined the work that we have been working with in the executive for COP25 very coordinatedly. As Leo said, they gave this report on the science evidence to make decisions publicly. That was key in order to upgrade our NDC that we presented in April 2020 to the Framework Commission of the United Nations when we have started with the pandemic, confirming our total commitment to face climate change as we have assumed with the Paris Agreement. This is quite relevant because Chile in the NDC, well, we were quite ambitious in our goals, but also in the transparency considering what the science is asking. We changed our indicator of NDC to an indicator of a carbon budget, which is science is asking to all countries in order to develop the global stock data that is going to be presented in 2023. That is to say, is the carbon budget that we presented in our NDC to the accumulated emissions that we are going to have during 2020 and 2030. And Chile establishes in the NDC that they would not go to beyond the 1 billion and 1 billion tons. So this is the road to carbon neutrality that we have committed, and now we are committing through our law up to 2050 as the science asks, and is reaffirmed by the last report that we learned 2 weeks ago. This project was submitted in January 2020. It was approved in August 2020, and then we received indications, 147 indications in order to improve the project, the bill that was created by the scientific community and the civil society in trying to improve the results. The SR2 supported us in a technical table where we worked coordinatedly in a dialogue so openly, both the advisor from the ministry and the advisor from the senators, and Maisa Roja, Pilar Moraga, and Mrs. Rumi, that we have been working for 8 years, 8 months in the incorporation of the indications. This bill, establishing in a binding way the goal of carbon neutrality, was approved in particular by the Commission of the Environment of the Senate, and today we hope that this is going to be taken to the General Assembly of the Senate in order to come to the second round. This is very relevant because it confirms an idea that we are going to be talking about here, how we could work with the science hand in hand, and how science help us to look for solutions and agreements to go forward. We have a very concrete example, and we can see the big work that the scientists did in order to look for agreements with the parliamentarian people, with the MPs. So we have been working in all the different ministries, support received from the Ministry of Science, etc. So the Agreement of Paris is calling us to present solutions for the long term. And in some countries such as Mexico, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, they have submitted long-term solutions, and we were committed to present ours in COP26. First, we were given a report to strengthen the solutions based on nature as a basis for this long-term climate strategy. And recently, we have just given a previous report on the evaluation of the proposal that we have given, that was presented to the participation of the citizens between May and July this year. So once again, from Chile, we are working with science in an institutionalized way, and we look that this is established in a binding way in the law of climate change, so that this scientific committee can be sure that we'll continue working to achieve this long-term goal, which is carbon neutrality. This is obviously something so important, and that we have to see what are the recommendations, and the decision makers that cannot overheat this. From Chile, we can present this good experience that we can tell you to implement public policies which are sustainable, responding to the social and environmental needs based on a constant upgrading of the scientific evidence. Continuously, we are having better information, and science is accustomed to work this way. From the executive and the Congress, we have to learn how to work with this vision that the scientific normally have established. This regional conference is precisely the collaboration that we need. We are having a tremendous opportunities in our hands to strengthen our position through a common dialogue platform. My wish is that you have a fantastic and excellent day to listen to the rest of the lecturers. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Carolina, for your words and for this account on how the scientific committee has been formed, how our country has been complying with the commitments of presenting NDC last year, and how we are in an advanced way in terms of other laws. Thank you very much. To continue with, I will present Marcelo Mena, the director of Fundación MEDI. He is a biochemical engineer, PhD in environmental engineering. During his PhD, he worked for NASA in the United States, Mexico, and Asia, where he specialized in different predictions and emissions for the quality of air. He founded the Conservation Committee of Energy from the University of Iowa. Now, he is the head of the Climate Action Center of Pontificia Universidad Católica in Valparaiso. Hello. I would like to welcome you all on this second meeting on scientific evidence and public policies. This has been organized by Fundación MEDI, the European Union, Ministry of Science, Environment, and ECLAC. I am director of Fundación MEDI and used to be the Ministry of Environment in Chile. I want to highlight the importance of this after having participated in several meetings in this context, how important the decisions can be taken based on science. So the only way that we can go for is to be decarbonized in 2050, but there is a lack of trust in the institutions. But science has allowed to foster another kind of public policies, and a clear one is the law on water bodies in the urban areas in terms of the climate resilience importance for the reaction. And once the evidence has been given, we have a law in effect in Chile that has allowed the protection of what we call the humedales, the swampy areas in the urban areas. And we have seen this influence in the climate policies where there has been a law widely supported by the scientists that have allowed that the lines of this can all be founded and based on science. My experience as a researcher has been fundamental in order to make decisions according to the different diagnoses. There's no way of decontaminating a city without knowing the sources, or we need to see what are the problems, but also seeing the causes. So I have been working for more than 10 years in the project for the diagnostic projects, which has been determining now in terms of what we can say in terms of previous years. Science is also fundamental for the decisions that are to be working in resilience. Today, we are making decisions based on the investment, but when we ignore and invisualize the problems of the future, we take the incorrect answers. So the idea is to be absolutely free from ideologies. Maybe you can believe in climate change or you don't believe in it, but climate change is believing in us and it is manifested and expressed. So we have to consider what is going on in the financial market through the management of risks and the superintendency of pensions. They go in the correct line because it makes visible the risks that can be avoidable, questionable, and this is going to be manifested and expressed this decade. Planning also has to be centered in this evidence as well, and therefore the territorial order that we have has to be in coincidence with the natural manifestations that are occurring. That is why in many occasions when we insist in not regulating risk, the idea is that construction should be avoided in the floodable areas. So this is something that is important to know, because climate change is showing its own strength, and there are places that we have to avoid to build. We need to know what are the impacts, and the companies should know to mitigate this impact, but we are not asking them whether their project is compatible with the climate change and considering risks in the design. And therefore, we have to consider that these decisions can be taken into the future, considering what can be the impact based on the public investments as well. Loss of biodiversity has made us much more vulnerable to pandemics. So after 3 or 4 new illnesses that appear in the world have to do with the loss of biomass. So obviously the one today has to do with the expansion of the human beings in areas that should not be present in, and this has been the displacement of our populations in areas that can cause new illnesses. We understand, we need to know economically that the GDP is based almost in 0.5% in the nature. So we have to consider that as well. Thinking always in evidence, thinking always in reality. We do not have to create solutions with the mistaken diagnosis, but looking what science says. Thanks to be here. Thanks to allow me to participate with all my colleagues here in this second conference on public policies.
Muchas gracias, Marcelo, por esas
Marcelo,
palabras para dar inicio a la actividad de hoy.
That
Así que después de haber escuchado las
introduce our
palabras de
activity
bienvenida,
today,
vamos a dar
and
inicio
after
formal
the
al primer
welcome
panel en el
word,
cual
we go
se
to the
abordarán los
first panel,
mecanismos de
where we
asesoría
will
científica para el cambio
talk about
climático.
the mechanism of
Sabemos que la interfaz
scientific
ciencia política es compleja de
assessment
gestionar
for
para
the
asegurar la
climate
efectividad en
change.
el uso
We
de
know that it
evidencia
is
científica en la toma de decisiones.
scientific evidence
América Latina y el
must be
Caribe
considered
está
for
explorando
the
mecanismos que sean
policymakers,
efectivos en su propio
and Latin
contexto
America and the
y los países de
Caribbean
la Unión
are
Europea pueden
looking
mostrar la
for
evolución de las
effective
mismas interfaces.
mechanisms in order
Para
to do
conocer sobre
that.
estas
In
experiencias,
order to know
contaremos
about
con la
this experience,
participación de
that we
Leonardo
will count
Muñoz,
with the
quien es responsable
participation
en la
of
Oficina
Leonardo
Ciencia y Gobierno del
Muñoz,
Ministerio de
responsible from
Ciencia.
the Office
Hace
of Science and
un ratito nos dio
Government,
las palabras de
from the
bienvenida.
Ministry of
Y les
Science.
voy a presentar
And I will
la formación y
introduce you
trayectoria
the
de Leonardo.
formation
Él es
and
geógrafo de la Universidad de Chile,
process of Leonardo.
Master
He
of
is a
Science en Desarrollo
geographer,
Económico Local de
Master
London
of
School of
Sciences in
Economics
Local
and Political
Development
Sciences
from the
del Reino Unido. En su
London
carrera ha desempeñado
Economical and
cargos de liderazgo
Political
en el Consejo
Science
Nacional de
Institute.
Innovación para el
He is a
Desarrollo,
leader in
el
innovation
Ministerio de
and
Economía,
development
en Corfo
from
e
the
INDAP,
Economy
en ámbitos
Ministry,
ligados al
Corfo and
desarrollo
INDAP,
económico regional,
and in several
innovación,
ambits
desarrollo
linked to
productivo,
the
con foco en empresas
regional
de
and
menor
local
tamaño.
development
Ha
with
sido
a focus
académico del
on
Departamento de
middle
Geografía de la Universidad de
size
Chile y
companies.
profesor de la
He
escuela
works
con el
for the
Departamento de
University of
Ingeniería
Chile
Geográfica
and
de la
in
Universidad de
the
Santiago de Chile,
engineering of
en áreas de geografía
University
económica
of
y
Santiago in
análisis
Chile
regional.
in areas
Antes
of
de dar
economic
paso a Leonardo, les
geography.
quiero comentar
Before
no
giving
pudieron
the
unirse al
floor
panel,
to
pero
Leonardo,
les dejo aquí disponible
I
la
want to
pantalla y el
leave you
micrófono para
with
que nos pueda
in the
hacer su
screen
presentación. Vamos a escuchar.
your microphone
Bienvenido,
and
Leonardo. Muchas
floor
gracias.
to Leonardo. Welcome,
Muchas
Leonardo.
gracias, Magdalena.
Thank you,
Voy
Magdalena.
a compartir
I will
una
share
presentación que tengo preparada.
presentation that I have prepared.
Se vea bien, ¿sí?
I hope you see
que
it well.
Queremos
hoy día nosotros
We
como
want
Ministerio de Ciencia compartir
today,
con ustedes es
as
justamente la
Minister
experiencia
of
que
Science,
nosotros
share with you
hemos
the
venido
experience
desarrollando a
that we have
propósito
been
de
developed
esta experiencia piloto que
regarding
hemos
the
llamado
pilot
Oficina Ciencia y Gobierno, que
experience
hoy
that
día
we
está
have
en
called
su
the
fase
Office
de
Science
traje,
and
digamos, dentro del
Government,
gabinete del ministro
that
de
is in
Ciencia.
the pilot
Y a
stage
propósito
from
de
this
eso,
ministry.
cómo nosotros hemos ido desarrollando
And
una
we have
experiencia
developed
y
an
nuestro entendimiento
experience,
sobre el rol
and we
y los diferentes
understand
tipos de
it
mecanismos de asesoramiento
according to the
científico para
role
tomar
and
decisiones
mechanisms
que
that
vemos
the
que
scientific
uno de
could
pronto puede ir
provide for the
gestionando desde el sector
policymakers.
público, y aquí
So to
hago el
manage
énfasis
from
sector
the
público, lo
public
entendemos
sector
como en
understood
nuestro
as
contexto nacional, el Ejecutivo no
our
es
national
asesoramiento
context, the
científico
executive
para
power.
el aparato
It is not
legislativo.
a
En el caso
scientific context
chileno,
for the
nuestro Congreso
legislative
cuenta
power
con
of Parliament.
su
Our
mecanismo de
Congress
asesoramiento
has
científico.
its
Sin embargo, todo el
mechanisms
aparato
in
público,
order to
ministerial y
be
servicio
able
público en general no
to
cuentan
have
con un
a
mecanismo de
scientific
asesoramiento
assessment.
formal, y ese fue
And
el espacio entonces que como
this
ministerio
was
hoy
the
día estamos
space
generando.
that as a
Y
ministry
dentro
we
de ese
are
ámbito,
working
entonces, la
on.
experiencia de nuestro Comité
Within
Científico para el
that
Cambio
ambit,
Climático, que hace un momento
committee of
mencionábamos,
the
digamos, y
Scientific
a lo largo de
Committee for the
esta
Climate
conferencia también ha ido
Change
emergiendo el
that we
rol que ha
have mentioned
cumplido nuestro
already
Comité
throughout this
Científico
conference, the
justamente en la
role that
organización de la
our
COP25
scientific committee has in the
también en el
organization of
fortalecimiento de políticas
COP25
climáticas en Chile.
and in the fortifying of
Y finalmente
climatic
quisiera compartir
policies
con
in
ustedes
Chile.
el rol
And
que
I
ha
want to
tenido la evidencia
share with
científica
you the
y la
role
política
that
pública
the
a propósito de esta
scientific
recomendación del Comité
evidence has
Científico,
had
así
with
como
the
también
public
los aprendizajes y
policies
desafíos que nosotros
as the
tenemos.
learnings and
Como les
challenges
mencionaba,
we're
el equipo de
facing.
ciencia y gobierno
The
está hoy día en el gabinete del
team of
ministro
government and
de Ciencia,
sciences
Tecnología,
counts
Conocimiento e
with the
Innovación en Chile.
Minister of Science in Chile,
Nuestra visión o
and our
hacia
vision,
dónde apuntamos, digamos, es
our
principalmente
vision,
liderar
we
la
are
articulación del
pointing
conocimiento y
towards
las capacidades
a
que hoy día están en
leadership
nuestra
of
comunidad
the
científica
knowledge and
nacional
capacities
para
that our
aportar desde esa
scientific
capacidad a
communities
la toma de
have
decisiones en el sector
already
público
in order to
para contribuir con
provide
evidencia
such
al diseño
evidence
e
to the
implementación de políticas
policymakers
públicas
and
que en la
to the
medida en que
design and
incorporan esa
implementation of
evidencia y esa
public
evidencia se
policies
coordina
that
con las otras dimensiones de
could
política pública pueden
coordinate
contribuir
with
entonces al desarrollo sostenible de
contributing to
Chile,
the
que es uno de los
development,
principales
sustainable
propósitos
development in Chile, which
establecidos
is
en
one of
la
our main
implementación del
purpose
Ministerio de
in
Ciencia,
Chile,
Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
implemented from our
¿Cuál es
ministry,
nuestra aproximación del
which
trabajo,
is
digamos,
our
en términos de
approach to the
vincular esta
work
evidencia
in
científica
terms of linking
con el
such
proceso de toma de decisión?
scientific evidence
Es,
with the
primero que todo, partimos
policymakers?
con un proceso de
Is the
identificar,
first thing is
identificar
to
cuál es la
identify,
problemática, cuál es la
which is the
pregunta, cuál es
problem,
el
which are
desafío de
the
política
questions,
pública
which are the
que
challenges for
los
the
diferentes
public policies
ministerios,
of
principalmente
the
ese es el
different
alcance que como primer
ministries.
nivel nosotros queremos cubrir,
This is our first level for
cuentan
public
o requieren,
policies,
digamos, en
and
donde el
that they
conocimiento puede
require
contribuir al
maybe the
diseño
knowledge that
y
can
la implementación de
contribute to
políticas
the
públicas. En el caso
design and
particular de cambio
implementation of
climático,
public policies.
y
In
en el
the
contexto
particular
de la
case
COP25,
of climate
nuestra
change
primera
and in the
aproximación
context of
fue comprender
COP25,
cuáles
our
son
first
las
approach
dimensiones de la
was to
problemática del cambio
comprehend which
climático que
were
hemos
the
empezado a abordar.
dimensions of
Y
the
desde ahí
climate
entonces
change
hicimos
that we
toda
wanted
una
to
pesquisa
face.
inicial de lo que
And
nosotros
from
llamamos
then
en
on, we
inglés
started
evidencia
looking for the
para
primary
tener un
evidence
entendimiento de la
in order
cobertura
to
del
have an
conocimiento que nosotros hemos
understanding
generado
of the
respecto a las diferentes
coverage that
dimensiones de
in
cambio
Chile we
climático.
would have
Y
for the different dimensions of climate change in order to identify this evidence and also who are the ones that generate such knowledge, so that to have a first identification of all the scientists related with climate change in Chile. At the beginning, we had about 30 centers of research identified and 250 scientists linked to the climate change in Chile. So going forward with this scientific committee, this original number was growing, and we arrived to more than 600 scientists identified in this global process of systematization and context of the scientific evidence to give recommendations to COP25. Once we had identified this phase, we went to the articulation and link phase, which looked for
con la comunidad científica y a
mainly
través de un
with the
comité
scientific
coordinador,
community and
que
through
es
a
nuestro comité
coordinator
científico,
committee,
avanzar
that
hacia la
is our
sistematización de la
scientific
evidencia,
committee,
pero
advance
junto con
going
ello
to the
también avanzar hacia
systematization
la
of the evidence
contextualización de
and
ese
also
conocimiento
the
científico
context, giving
para
context
poder
to
desde
such
nuestra realidad
scientific
identificar esos espacios
knowledge
de
in order
recomendación de
to
política pública que
identify
tengan la posibilidad de
such
estar informadas
spaces
de la mejor
for
evidencia
recommendations
epidemiológica.
that could be based
Y luego
on
entonces,
the
cuando ya
better
identificamos
evidence as possible. And
esos espacios
so
de
once
sistematización y
identify
contextualización,
those
avanzamos
spaces
hacia una
of
tercera fase que es la de
articulation and
propuesta,
context,
que es
we went to the
justamente la de generar estas
proposals, which is
recomendaciones de
the
política
third
pública,
phase,
que son
generating
justamente eso, que nosotros
recommendations of
movilizamos
public
desde el
policies
Ministerio
that
de Ciencia, a través de este
mobilize
equipo de ciencia del
from the
gobierno, en
scientific
diálogo con los
ministry
otros ministerios,
with
o
the
en diálogo con
dialogue
el
with other
ministerio que en particular haya
ministries, with
manifestado este
in
requerimiento
particular with
de
those ones that
conocimiento
in
para poder
particular
abordar algún
require this
desafío de política
knowledge in order
pública
to
que es
face
parte de
some of
la
their
primera fase de
challenges on
identificación.
public policies.
Y una última fase
And
que nosotros
last
hemos llamado a
phase,
implementar,
the final one, we call
es
it
justamente
implementation,
gestionar junto
is to
con los
manage
otros ministerios
together
o con
with
el
the
otro
other
ministerio, dependiendo, digamos, del
ministries,
desafío,
depending if it is
gestionar
one or
la puesta en
several, to
marcha de estas
manage
recomendaciones en términos de activar
the
el diseño de política
implementation
pública
of
cuando
these
corresponda o el
policies
fortalecimiento de
in
la
order
política
to
pública
give
cuando ya
them
existe. Y
possibilities
vemos
to
entonces que a propósito del
fortify or to be
conocimiento que se ha generado
defined
o que está sistematizado,
according to the
entonces
knowledge that
fortalecimiento de la
is
política pública para
systematized and
atender mejor
fortify such
al
public
requerimiento
policies in
que
order
queremos
to
responder.
attend the requirements to which we
Entonces,
need to give
a
a
propósito de nuestra
response.
experiencia,
So,
en una
according
matriz
to
bien
our
simple, que claramente es
experience, in a
una
very
primera
simple
aproximación
matrix,
y que nosotros
that is a
entendemos que en el
first
tiempo ciertamente
approach,
se va a ir
and that
fortaleciendo.
we
Si
understand
nosotros
that
vemos
with
dos
time
ejes,
will
primero, ¿cuál
will
es la
get
urgencia de contar con
stronger? The
conocimiento?
first
Conjunto de
thing
la
is to
urgencia en la
answer
medida
the
en que es
question,
más
which is
urgente
the
y necesitamos
urgency
un
to have
conocimiento, una
knowledge,
mayor expertise
and
de
we need
parte de la comunidad
an
científica para aportar
expertise
con
from the
conocimiento. Y la otra
scientific
es el eje
community in
vertical.
order to
Y en
give
el eje
this
horizontal,
knowledge. And on
nosotros
the
vemos cuánto es
horizontal
el
axis, we
horizonte
need to
que
see
tenemos
which
para
is the
poder sistematizar y
horizon
contextualizar la evidencia, así como
to
también
give
el
context to
horizonte
this
en el que se debiesen
evidence, the
implementar estos diseños
horizon
de
in which we
política
should
pública,
implement this design
junto
of
con ello
public
la
policies
cantidad de
together
personas
with
involucradas
the quantity of
en el proceso de
people that
asesoramiento
will be
científico para
involved in
sistematizar esta
this
evidencia.
scientific
Identificamos
process
entonces
of,
cuatro tipos de mecanismos para
giving evidence
asesoramiento. Si
to
vamos desde la
this
base hacia
mechanism
la cúspide,
and be able to support it. Going
cuando
towards the
enfrentamos
cusp,
desafíos que no son tan
when we
urgentes,
face
son muy importantes,
challenges
pero
that are
no son
not
urgentes en
so
términos de
urgent,
implementar medidas,
that
sino
are
que
very important but
necesitamos,
not
por
so
ejemplo,
urgent, we need to implement
diagnosticar
measures,
alguna
for
dimensión,
instance, as
necesitamos
a
entender las varias
diagnosis
dimensiones
or
de un
to
problema
comprehend
a
the
propósito
different
de las
dimensions
diferentes
of a
posiciones que se
problem
contestan,
or
digamos,
the
desde la
different
comunidad científica,
positions that the
y en muchos
scientific
casos
community
requiere no
has
solamente de
regarding
la
it,
expertise
and that
científica,
in
sino que
many
también del
cases
diálogo con
require
otros
not only
actores de
the
la toma de
scientific
decisión, como por
expertise,
ejemplo
but
sector
also the
público, sector
dialogue
privado o
with
inclusive
the
la sociedad
public
civil
or private
organizada.
sector or even the
Nosotros
civil
identificamos
society.
un primer
We
mecanismo de asesoramiento que
identify
le hemos
a
llamado el
first
consejo
mechanism
consultivo. En
that
nuestra
is the
experiencia
consultative
reciente, por ejemplo,
council. In
el
our
año pasado,
experience, the
a
last year, for
propósito de
instance,
la Mesa Nacional del Agua,
regarding the
que era el
national
Ministerio de Obras
table
Públicas
for the
en Chile,
water
para
that
poder
is in
enfrentar
the
la crisis
public
hídrica,
works
hay una dimensión
ministry, in
transversal de
order
esa
to
Mesa Nacional
face
del Agua, que
the
es el
water
desafío de
crisis.
investigación
There
de
is a
política pública
dimension,
para
a transversal
la toma de decisiones en
dimension
recursos
that
hídricos. Entonces ahí, por ejemplo,
that
en
allows the
nuestro caso,
public
gestionamos
decision
un espacio que
makers.
fue un
So
consejo
we
consultivo,
managed a
llamado Mesa
space
Técnica,
that was a
donde participaron
consultative
representantes de más
council
de
applying
32
such
instituciones
technique with more than
público,
32
privada,
public or private
académica y de la sociedad civil,
organizations
justamente
from
para
the
abordar el tema de
universities and
la
civil
información
society in
hídrica en
order
Chile.
to
Y a
see
propósito de eso, entonces
all the
hacemos recomendaciones
scientific
para
evidence in
fortalecer la
Chile for the
información hídrica en
water.
términos
And we
institucionales, en
fortify
términos
this
operativos y en términos
institutional
sistemáticos
and
en términos de
operative
generar un
and
sistema nacional unificado de
systematic
información hídrica.
response in
Ese fue un
order to
trabajo
give a
de 6 meses.
national
Las recomendaciones tienen
oriented
un alcance de
response. This was a
4
work of
años
6
y
months, and
entonces
the
fue
recommendations are for 4
un espacio,
years.
digamos, en donde,
And this
si
was
bien
a
es importante la
space
decisión, porque la
where,
decisión
even
no
if
es
it was very
inminente,
important,
como es,
the
lo
decision
vamos a
was not
discutir un poco más adelante en términos de la política.
imminent or
Un
very,
segundo
very
nivel que hemos
urgent.
identificado es
The
el de los
second
comités
level that we
científicos
identify
asesores.
were
Y el
the
comité científico
scientific scientific committees, which for climate change, for instance, there are some measures that are short-term measures. Today, we face a water crisis in Chile, so we need to take fast response, but many of the decisions that we are taking as Carolina was mentioning before, require approaches, require a perspective of the middle and long term. So the role that scientific community has in its regard is the evidence regarding this interaction among the global and the local knowledge with the research in all around the world. So the scientific committee has the possibility to adopt more recommendations and comprehensions regarding how to understand the decision making. An emblematic case had to do with the commitments with the mitigation of a paradigmatic change defining the objectives associated to mitigation on climate change and the amount of greenhouse gases. And we passed from a relative indicator to an absolute one with a budget for carbon and defining a neutrality for carbon. The scientific committee in each one of the tables of work recommended different initiatives. And finally, what we did as a ministry was to classify such recommendations according to its reach for the middle and the long term, and also the possibility to implement such recommendations if it was possible from the public policy to do it. With this mechanism, we see a third mechanism, which is the emergency committee. In a more recent case, both cases point towards the emergency. Today in Chile, we are installing a group of surveillance of a lot of expertise, a small group that has not the periods in which it cannot interact with the scientific community as it was with the scientific committee. With the scientific committee, we had 6 months to interact with all the 600 scientists of Chile, but in the emergency committee, we have a space that has to define very fastly recommendations on the short term. So it is very much directed to the task that has to develop. At the same way, the group of tasks is a group with a particular objective and purpose, and with a time of reaction very, very limited. In Chile, for instance, we showed this net of labs in order to test COVID-19 in our country, and through this net, we work with all the region, mobilizing from the ministry these laboratories, because the need of tests in the population was something very urgent. So we didn't have many time to act. It's a task of a very expert with recommendations and conditions and certifications and all that in order to put them in practice. These are the 4 spaces of scientific support that we are having, and we will fortify and reinforce these capacities in order to have better response from these 4 ambits. In such space, I would like to deepen in the role that the Scientific Committee on Climate Change had for this conference. If we look how it has evolved the institutionality in Chile in order to have this ambit of scientific support, more or less with the installation of the Ministry of Environment, we have a strong emphasis that has been sustained during these 10 years, because we need to sustain our public policies in the climatic ambit. It has been very important in the public policies in different spaces. The installation of the environmental ministry considers a council of ministers for the sustainability. So it is created this climate Change Permanent Commission, which is a sort of consultative committee that is working. And regarding the COP25, there is a committee that supports the president, and it's an ample committee that has the purpose of giving orientation that could fortify public policies related with climate change. Nevertheless, when the Ministry of Science is created in 2019, a new dimension appeared, and it was not so evident. Even if it was considered as scientific knowledge, there is an emphasis very clear now to consider the best scientific evidence that we have on hand and to fortify the spaces of linking such evidence and the public policymakers. So in 2019, when we convoked this scientific committee for the climate change that allow us to go to the 7 dimensions that this scientific committee considered, is not only the national knowledge that generates the scientific community, but also the reports that have the IPCC. Now, if we want to fortify the best evidence that we have on hand for the public policies, we need to fortify also the base, if it is looked as a chain of decisions, the observation and data, information and data. And we deepen regarding our experience on the scientific committee and our office also. We deepen from the ministry in order to fortify an ambit of information so that it can be information findable, information accessible, interoperative, and reusable. And these are the elements considered in this Observatory of Climate Change that we discussed yesterday. And as we said, we need a governance to fortify all this, the standardization, integration, and fortifying this. So as a synthesis, in the last decade, we have gone fortifying our possibility of generation and policymakers that have allowed to generate institutional spaces, channels of communication and dialogue among the scientific community and the policymakers in order to make that the evidence from the information until the systematization of information to support better public policies. Our committee, as Carolina mentioned, is composed by very important scientists from the main scientist centers from our universities, coordinated by Maisa Rojas, whom you know already. She is one of our main researchers linked to IPCC, together with all the other scientists that you can see here. That you knew because yesterday many of them participated. These are our achievements as scientific committee in 3 ambits. First, this enormous convocatory of the scientific community. We had a very positive reaction and commitment of our community in order to go forward with our scientific evidence. We have the systematization of evidence, recommendation of public policies informed based on scientific evidence, more than 200 of them, the documents of recommendation in order to face COVID in Chile, and the contribution that the committee has given for the climatic strategy at the long run. in terms of support. We have transfer knowledge to the policymakers from this scientific committee and introducing the scientific information in all the possible ambits, and also in diffusion of evidence and recommendation through webinars, virtual seminar regarding the oceans, and fortifying also our website in order to reach the citizenship and link the decision makers in climate change. Our role as Office of Science and Government through the Ministry of Sciences has been to receive all these recommendations that come from the scientific committee, from the table of the different tables of water, biodiversity, oceans, etc. And we have processed such information according to the criteria that you already have heard me saying, the urgency, the priorities, and so on. And if they are for the short, medium, or long term, and we have linked them in the measure that they have been required from the different spaces of discussion, from the different ministries, for instance, in the elaboration of the NDC, from the Environmental Ministry. We have provided in all these areas the energetic policy led by the Energetic Ministry, and all this information for the different ministries, as the Public Works Minister for the water, and the Antarctica, from our Foreign Office, and as a Ministry of Science, we have the Observatory of Climate Change with all these initiatives that have to do with public policies implemented throughout the different ministries, and also with legislative initiatives that are being discussed in the Parliament. For instance, the institution of the Scientific Committee of Climate Change is part of the discussion of the law regarding climate change that is being discussed in the Parliament now, as well as the one of the water that is being discussed, the creation of an undersecretary for the water, thanks to the design of the IDRIC information, through which we could analyze and orient the IDRIC information. The main learnings and challenges that we can rescue from this experience is the experience of the scientific leadership of the committee. Many times we realized at the beginning, since the beginning, that it was very important that those that convoke to the scientific committee must be leaders. So we went to the main scientific and research centers, and they are the scientists that call the community, and the benefits of that is that they were able to convoke and be followed by the scientists community, and from the public space we were able to take decisions, because it is from the scientific community from where the dialogue begins. So we fortify, and now we are part of the discussion of the law regarding climate change in order to assure governance, autonomy, and institutionality. And we are part of the policy makers based on scientific evidence. We have learned and fortified that this scientific evidence needs to be comprehended. We need to see what we will consider as scientific evidence and develop then some tools and methodologies in order to give context to this evidence. It is not a question to leave there because it will not come by itself. It is very important to give this context and systematization and communicate this evidence. Many times it happens that it happened to us at the beginning that the scientific community had the expectation that the scientific evidence would be transformed almost directly in a public policy, and what we have learned is that the need of transmitting and translating and communicating this scientific evidence for the policy makers should consider another dimension like the technological, legal, social, economical, and environmental policies in order to reach a better balance that will allow to design these public policies. In that sense, we have learned that the role of intermediation or brokering of knowledge, this link among the scientific evidence and public policies is essential. Today, we recognize that this office is a space very important in order to facilitate this link among the scientific evidence and the public policies, because if this context and this communication would be much more complex to be developed in the different contexts. That is my presentation. I cannot stay in the panel. I have to go to another meeting. Nevertheless, Magdalena, if there are some questions that could be open from the panel, I could answer them in a written way. Thank you, Leonardo, for your position. Thank you. We will continue now. And we will invite Gianmarco Miller in order for him to be here. Gianmarco, you are very much welcome. Gianmarco is a consultant in Science and Technology Division of Political Strategy Planification from the CEAI. He's doctor in geography and interested in developing the interface among science and policy. He was the chief of the Office of Director of Science and Policy and Scientific Diplomacy of the is responsible of the policies of international relationships and also assistant of the European Union, the Professor Anne Glover. Welcome, Gianmarco. First, I want to remember everybody that you can send us your questions through the chat that are in the different platforms where you're seeing this transmission. Yes, Gianmarco, please. Thank you for the invitation, and I want to congratulate the organizers of this wonderful conference. I will share with you some transparencies, please. I think it will work. So I want to share with you some thoughts of someone as a scientist that works in a diplomatic service. Yeah. From the diplomatic point of view, it's very important to recognize that climate change has an impact on the foreign policy and security policies. Here, you have Chad in Africa, one of the largest lakes in the world, shared by several countries. Nowadays, it's shared only by 2 countries, and it's a region that generates migrations and so on. And it's not only having an impact in the climate of the region, but further the African boundaries. But it's not only that climate change generates new conflicts, but also warms, pros and conflicts, but as it is, for instance, the sovereignty of the Antarctica that up to now with the Antarctic Treaty we have controlled, but it will not be forever. The world is changing, and it's possible that it will continue changing. In order to solve conflicts among states, humanity invented diplomacy. Diplomacy negotiate, and this is very important, and we need to comprehend from the scientific ambit, and it's that the agreements of climate change are negotiated by the politicians and diplomatic people, not the scientists. So they will be totally lost if they didn't have the support of the scientific community, because it's very complex. The IPCC is the most important instrument we have for political sciences and for climate change. And why it is an example so good? Because IPCC, with the reports, we were able to have just one voice from the science. And this is very important, because if we have too many scientists speaking all over the world, then the politicians just choose one publication. They choose this publication that reflects the vision of the world. If all the community is speaking with one voice, the science here is speaking with authority, the best scientists, the best organizations and institutions. Science is transparent, and we communicate what we know, but also what we don't know. And that is important for the IPCC report, that is not prescriptive. Doesn't say politicians must do this or so, but the language of the scientists in a very high conference, what they say is that they define the space in which politicians and diplomatics should play. If you do so and so, you will have 1.5 degrees of warming, and these are the barriers that we shouldn't pass. In that way, we define the space of the game for the politicians and the diplomatics. We have obviously several mechanisms of scientific consultancy. I don't want to speak of all the details, but we have science academies, scientific societies, different committees of consultancy and services internal within the governments. And the important thing is to know, to have an ecosystem, not one mechanism, but to have an adaptation to reality and an institutional adaptation of each country. Inside the European Union, we have different systems according to the country. But even if we have the best system, we need to know that the science is only one of the factors that has influence in politics. There are many others: the economical interest, the social protest, the communications, the mass media, the church. I could choose several factors. So we are just one part. And in a democracy, the reality is that the politicians can ignore the scientific evidence because they put by the side of the people, but they do not have the right to raise their own scientific evidence, as we have seen in the United States, in the United Nations. So those are called fake news. When there is no scientific evidence, it comes with uncertainty, and we need to be very transparent regarding uncertainty, but the politicians cannot invent their own one. And here I have a recommendation for scientific. We always focus on the 10% of the politicians that love science, and we lose a lot of time with the 10% of the lunatic politicians. And we forget about the 80% of the politicians that do not care at all about science, but they do not fear it, but they do not know how to have access. But they are not anti-science, so we can talk with them. And science has its allies, its partners in all the places of society that support us also, and we need to work in team with the different sectors of society. And also what we need to do is that we have to give arguments to the politicians to have scientific evidence. You need to imagine a life where there are 20 TV cameras facing you and asking you to define the scientific evidence. So it's very difficult, and we need to support the politicians, not only with data, but also we need to support them in the form of communication and the narratives, which are very important. Not to speak about apocalyptic scenes, but to speak about opportunities of the past. We have several experiences of people that were exporting oil and now are exporting lithium. So we need to deepen these narratives that make it easier for the politicians. And there is an argument that is that the scientific evidence does not change with the change of government. Doesn't matter if the government is right or left, the scientific evidence does not change. It's not static, obviously, because we raise knowledge every day, but there are no revolutions, not too many in the history of science, and never have to do with the change of governments. Here we are seeing the mountains in Chile, and the same scientific evidence is there, no matter which is the color of the government. So we have a political that is much more sustainable if it is based on scientific evidence, and the policy gives a better heritage for the future if it uses the science. There is a problem that the complex problems of this century, as pandemics and global changes, we cannot solve them with the institutions that we have created to solve the problems of the 20th century. This is the truth for the United Nations system that reflects the world after the Second World War. We have to reform all these institutions, and the European Commission published this communication, which was the contribution of the European community to a multilateralism based on norms. And the first reflection is that we need to use our role as a world force in order to guarantee the action, the multilateral action based in the best scientific data. And secondly, we must explore the non-traditional form, not only to speak about institutions in the sense of European Commission or United Nations, but to speak about a multilateralism inclusive with the academia and the private sector and so on. The science is each time more in the diplomatic sphere, and that is very important. We have created organisms as the International Science Council that can respond to the questions of the political world. And also exist now some nets as FAMSTAN, that is a net of the scientific consultant for the Foreign Office, that is works connecting and communicating, joining the scientific evidence and the politicians and diplomats. When the science, the policies, and diplomatics work together, we can reach very big success. But to here, thank you very much for your attention. And now we can answer your question.
Thank you, Gianmarco. Fantastic to present this triad between politics, scientific world, and diplomacy. It is important for them to talk, to have concrete actions done. Now, we are going to present our next lecturer, Melania Guerra. Good morning, Melania. Welcome. Okay, fantastic from Costa Rica. My greetings. Melania is a mechanical engineer at the University of Costa Rica, and she was a mastered and PhD in the University of California, San Diego. She worked as a researcher in the Cornell and Washington universities, looking in studying the sounds of the marine mammals and the impact that the acoustic contamination produces based on industrial activities. She has been specialized in what is called scientific diplomacy. At the beginning of 2019, Melania represented Costa Rica in the expedition Homeward Bound, a program of feminine leadership for scientists, which is done in Antarctica. The initiative aspires of having 1,000 scientific women, a network of them along 10 years for decision-making and public policies implementation, combating global problematic areas such as climate change and sustainable development. Thank you very much, Melania, to be with us. So the stage is yours. Thank you, Magdalena. Thank you to everybody here, the ministry, for this invitation. Fundación Mary, Marcelo, it's fantastic to be connected once again, and Gianmarco and Leonardo, who are here. I'm going to share this screen. So to continue with these presentations, I want to focus a bit on experiences and recommendations, so that this interface that we have been talking about be more effective, specifically in the context of a changing climate. This year, more than ever, science has taken an important role in public attention and in the world decisions. We have seen for 18 months how scientists specialized or focused in studying the virus, others in talking to the public and tell us what was the situation and what are the decisions to be made, and others took an important role in advising the decision makers of a national or global scale on what to do. And we have seen how different trajectories of different countries have been constituted according to how useful they were on how much they listened to science. So there is a clear distinction between the road of the countries that have been much more successful in facing pandemics, and the key of success definitely has been a joint work in formulating public policies informed by science, independently of who the people are in these positions. We can find a different trajectory in different countries. Those who have listened to the science, they are having better results. Scientific advisory, it can take different ways. It can take a different kind of organization, as it was graphed by Leonardo, the case of Chile. In this way, the different parts are connected, the different institutions and communities of experts can be connected, but the common point is that they have a continuous cycle in which data are being generated, strategies are being prepared, analysis of risks, you can ask according to those responses, and the cycle is restarted dynamically, interactively, improving the addressing and trying to optimize the use of resources and trying to optimize and maximize the well-being of human beings. So we can see how from OECD countries, we have received a document in which countries were advised on how they could use this plan of making a cycle that could be acting with answers and retroalimentation and feedback for a better linkage between these communities. Thing is that at the level of culture and language, scientists and those who generate public policies, normally they have quite a lot of differences, and this is the scale in which they work. The generation of scientific knowledge normally lasts for decades, but public policies, they have to be taken quickly in hours or even weeks only. So science and the community is very specialized in things which is quite detailed in their scope, while those who work in public policies, they do have to have a wide knowledge, but a little bit more superficial. So science-based is working on a trial and error, but policies is based on laws and conventions which are written, and they tend to be much more conservative in nature. In science, normally we can take risks. We don't know exactly what is the experiment that will create new knowledge, but in politics, the idea is to minimize or to be much more limited in terms of risks. In science, we talk about facts, but in politics, we're talking about argument and persuasion. In science, the language is very precise and accurate. In politics, the language is flexible. Science is normally being checked by peers, but in policies, in politics, we are looking for popular approval. In the case of science, this is distributed all around the world. We have laboratories in the different cities, countries, or towns. Nevertheless, politics is concentrated in the capital city of each of the countries. And science is generated in laboratories, but politics is generated in what we can think of what we think as a polis. So these two communities are quite different, and making communication among them is too difficult, and it is a space where we need a translation, as it was mentioned before, and specialized people that can talk these two languages and codes, so that in order to make this interface better, there are some recommendations, quite quick ones, that is a summary of several publications, even this report of OECD that was launched last year. From the side of politics, we have to assign a very clear objective and clear principles when having these advices. Give them a specific role in a function and responsibilities which are well defined. And also take advantage of the politics and programs existing in Costa Rica with SICA, for example, and building mechanisms through the institutions that already exist. For example, what was presented by Leonardo before. From science, we can work in strengthening communication channels, and we have to emphasize the gender approach, so that the visibility of the women scientists can be seen more as an expert, and we can be taken to the different panels and the big platforms where our work can be visualized, and to train as well the scientific communities to talk with other audiences, with other scientists, and how we can communicate uncertainty, which is quite difficult because we are used to talk from what we do not know. but the decision makers, they wanted to know precisely what to do. And the recommendation that I believe is very important for the Latin countries is integrating the diaspora. That is to say, is to take in this national knowledge generated in other countries so that they can be taken into consideration when making decisions in their own countries. An example that I wanted to share, which is quite close for me and for you, is this one on a cooperation from 2015 between Chile and the academia. That is to say, an example of international participation and young people from the Foreign Office in COP21, there was a cooperation started so that different institutions in San Diego, California could participate in the Chilean delegation, which up to 2018 were a part of the Chilean delegation. This is a picture they took in COP23 in 17, and it benefits the delegation of the Chilean diplomats who have generated several meetings, for example, because the oceans initiatives, why oceans could be more incorporated, and generating scientific knowledge, which are just being started in their professional careers. And this is a publication that started in 17. One of the participants, Natalia Gaya, wrote this article on the commitments on how the countries can including the oceans in their NDCs. I have had the pleasure of being part of the delegation of my country as a scientist, one of several scientists, women scientists in our country, in the conferences of the different parties, as an advisory and now as a part of the negotiating team. I've never been trained, but I have learned quite a lot, started from sharing and learning constantly from other diplomats. As Leonardo said, in Costa Rica, we also have an organization of political incidents that was formed in 17 after the presentation of the first round of NDCs. And in 2017, there was this citizens agenda, a scientific one that we took 4C and 5C, which are the scientific and citizens consultative committees. The scientific was made by 8 people, smaller than the Chilean one. We are working with experts, but these 8 people are adscribed to the Ministry of the Environment, and they have the role of strengthening training or capturing or collection of information and the use of this information to formulate NSDs. And within the citizens agenda, it's important to highlight that the participation of the networks of young people was considered. So we are generating as well these SNDCs as with the participation of gender and young people. In 2020, we had this second round of NDCs that, according to Climate Tracker, it is still compatible as a 2 degrees goal, and it is quite similar to other initiatives measuring the consequences or the co-benefit of NDCs for the health of people in the long term, not only as a 5-year scale. In 2018, we presented our decarbonization plan with a policy towards 2050 to decarbonize particularly our sectors of agriculture and transport. Nevertheless, despite Costa Rica is still fitting within this range of being aligned with this 2-degree goal, the report 2 weeks ago says that we're still short in our goal. In every single degree that we can reduce is important and really matters. And so the idea is how we can contribute to not to go to these extremes of the predictions, and that all political decisions can make the difference. That is why we need to continue having the scientists linked. We believe that scientists cannot come to the point and say, as we are not being heard, we are disheartened of participating in the process. We want the scientists to be heard, and that they know that they are being heard, and that their knowledge is putting into action as normally they want to do. With this, then, I want to thank the opportunity, and I'm very emotional to listen and take any question to share with Soledad and Just. Thank you, Melania. Fantastic, your account. And after listening to these three presenters, we're going to start our panel of discussion. So we greet Soledad Quiroz. Hello, Soledad. She will be moderating the conversation, in which we recall you that the public can participate by sending their questions through the chats available in the platform through which you follow this transmission. Soledad is a PhD in biochemistry and molecular biology at the University of Michigan, and Master in Public Policies, University of Carnegie Mellon, the United States. She was a professor and researcher in scientific and technological politics, advising scientifically and scientific diplomacy. She was executive secretary of the Scientific Committee of Climate Change. Now she's the vice president of international policies for the network for the government of science advice. Thank you, Gianmarco and Melania, to be with us. Thank you, all of you who want this conversation be as wide as possible, in that we can share with our colleagues from Latin America, Caribbean, and Europe how we are progressing in these mechanisms of scientific advisory for climate change, which is a tremendous challenge for the world. I want to start by asking you, as you two are scientists, this transition towards the political sphere, diplomacy, what has been the most complex thing that you have been experienced? How has been this adjustment that you have been forced to face from the scientific point of view, so tidy, to another area, which is diplomacy and politics? Gianmarco, please. Well, as Melania was explaining in the presentation, there are so much differences between these two worlds. For me, the most important and difficult thing is that politics is so emotional-like, and we are the voice of reason. So it is supposed that we are totally neutral and based only in scientific evidence, and the political world is totally different. We are also human beings, so despite being scientists, we feel fear. We have our aspirations and ambitions as well. But when we talk about emotions, obviously, when we communicate the scientific evidence, this has to be based on science so integrally, with peer review and all that stuff. But it does not mean that we cannot touch the hearts of people. That is why I always say, my colleagues, it is not bad if as a scientist, I can use an anecdote. Politics are based on anecdotes. And if I can have an anecdote with data, well, I can have, or I must have, a better anecdote than the counterpart. So this language constitutes the most difficult thing, the most difficult part for us to communicate. Melania, well, an excellent response and answer. I identify myself with it, but the thing that is most difficult for me is to recognizing that there is not only one correct answer, but in science for many years, well, I just got used to say this is the number, the final number, and that's correct. But being in this world where it might be an answer depending on the justification can be better than the other, and there can be another angle to be seen. So maybe there is not a counterfactual thing to be compared with, because you cannot see what the world would have been without this policy. So I think that this uncertainty of not knowing exactly what is the only correct answer, there might be many different ones, or maybe lots or all of them have got just a little bit of an incorrect part. Dealing with this is difficult in terms of applying science to real world. We have to learn to being empathic as well to people. This is something that we see, for example, in vaccines. Lots of people, they are fearing vaccines, not because they are anti-vaccine or vaccination, but they just feel a bit of fire. Why? Well, because we don't know, but we have to take this seriously. So there is a fear. Let people talk and see where this fear comes. We know that maybe if this is scientifically based, well, we can give an explanation of it, but it's got to be scientific. Totally in agreement. Empathy in this relationship, which is new, at least for me, my friends always are all scientists. So when I try to talk about politics with other kind of people, looking and finding this empathy has meant a progress for me. When we think of climate change, I believe that these differences between politics or politicians and scientists exacerbate. Climate change has got an horizon of a long term, and in politics, decisions are much closer to reality. They are shorter in time, I would say. What are your formulas that you have found in order to communicate the risks of climate change, which are so wide and with a long-term impact to the politicians that they want to resolve things today? I think that pandemic has generated an example that what we believed was very short, and that was on the other side of the world, changed our life in overnight. So thinking that a molecule of carbon dioxide that can have problems in 2015, we are having problems now. So we are understanding as a planetary society that we are much more connected, and we have felt in these 18 months this connection. I believe that this lack of knowledge on the climate change or negation of climate change is something that is not common any longer in these 2 last years. With all the people that I have been talking to, they can find specific examples on how they have been affected. Farmers in Costa Rica or people working on the coast, they see the changes and they feel them personally. I always try to talk about the poles or the experiences of being in these remote areas, but taking this to their own values, to their own daily lives, is the best way of communicating science, to make it, as Jan said, that there should be a linkage towards something personal, not only gross data, which are important to systematize knowledge, but to touch the hearts of people, we have to talk of what they feel, what they see. And I believe that this is the best way of communicating these issues that generate fear, and this fear can come to a paralysis, the same as if they wouldn't believe on climate change. We need them to be empowered to do something on this regard. Yeah, scientists normally we are in decades, and politicians they think on electoral periods, but climate change has come to our houses, to our gardens. People are feeling that today, and it is transmitting the urgency directly. We have seen this for 20 or 30 years ago, but now this is, or we are living in a sense of urgency today. I believe that this is one of the things which is very important, this sense of urgency. But we have to talk about the revolutions which are feasible. We think of when we started using our smartphones, it was maybe 15 years at most. When we started tweeting, 10 years. When we started more than 100 years of using our cars, this changed. In 10 years, it changed our cities in 10 years. So if we do politics against human climate change, the results can be also seen in the short run. And this is important for politicians as well, for their electoral periods. Interesting on this this thing on the possible revolutions. We have incorporated this new way of living with our cellular phones, our mobile phones, so handy that we forgot that they were incorporated short ago. Within this framework of possible revolutions, I wanted to take you to the institutionalization of these advisory mechanisms. How do you see how important it is that might be institutions, structures that can give advisory, scientific advisory to the decisions makers?
I don't know who wants to start. I think it's very important to have such structures. Finally, scientifics, we have a lot of trust from the people, and that is very good because we see that we give solutions. And in order to transmit for the political world, we need a sort of interface, because any scientist will have the ability to speak with the politicians. So for that, we need these institutions that can do the translation among science and politics. And that is very important to protect independence. I am totally agreeing with you. For our region specific, we have been maybe in Costa Rica, some of the ones that generate knowledge, we use it, but those factors, official ones, do not exist. And when there is a crisis, we cannot use a mechanism that is already built, so we have to learn from the pandemic to use the channels that create trust among the ones that dialogue. And in the case of a crisis, the crisis of climate change, of the loss of biodiversity, when we have the impact of them, we need to have all that infrastructure ready. It's not such the moment to start building it. So we need to start them at the national level and at the regional level to build those bridges so that we are prepared for the moment in which anything could happen, pandemic or climate change or whatever, to have those bridges from before and to have such a confidence to use them. Yes, among scientists and the community, that such a trust is not so easy to build in Latin America. There are countries where we mistrust of the scientists in Chile, we mistrust the politicians. So nobody wants to be near a politician. And the scientists have this idea. They have tried to participate and give their knowledge to the politicians, to the policymakers, and haven't been heard by them. That is her complaint. What would you say to those scientists that have tried and have not been heard by the decision makers? I think that science only can flourish in an appropriate environment. This has to be with the resources we need for science. And in Latin America, the resources are few to invest in science, but also has to do with the environment and society. The society demands scientific evidence, and for that, we need to enthusiasm the kids and the people regarding science. We need to help the science festivals, science museums, and all that, to enter in a dialogue and to be in contact with the people. I think the best that we could do is to make a series in Netflix, for instance, where a microbiologist gets in love with a financing minister, for instance, and each region should have its mechanism to do it. I think, and I say it from a very personal perspective, because I have been such a scientist. So I think we need to educate not only the scientists that have to do with decision makers, but also to the ones that stay in the lab and start creating resilience in order to work in these themes that may be so sad to be all the day seeing evidence of the ecosystems that one loves are dying, or that the species that we need to save are declining. So we need to form sciences that would be more holistic, more self-connected, and that could see when there is a crisis of mental health, for instance, and could have access to resources in order to be prepared in those moments in which they see that the world must be safe and they cannot stand that. So we have to create the resilience in the scientists and great and have a big accomplishing, so that they will not fail in front of those resistances. They will go forward and they will continue with it. Thank you so much. This, you're right, you're right. Yes, the politicians have to face so many problems as scientists. We see that the world is being destroyed and we cannot do too much. It's a resilience very much needed, very strong one, a strong resilience in order to continue working on that. We have very few minutes of conversation. I would like to know, how do you see in this consultancy for politicians and policymakers, which is the role of the mass media, of the mediums of communication, which is the role of the media? Media are the big speakers that allow that a scientific community will be heard, so they must be responsible in the moment of communicating and informing journalists that may know how to read a scientist article, how to research, how to choose the proper article, because now there are a lot of journals and newspapers that try to be scientists, but they are not. So how to train journalists in order that they tell the story with a narrative that could reach several audiences and to use also the social nets, because aside from the media, now we have Twitter, we have a big net in science net in Twitter, where scientists publish their articles and communicate and support among each other, and that such resilience can be generated through those virtual channels, especially during the pandemic. Many people started knowing each other from the thanks to virtual channels. So social net also have to do with this training and must be used in a very good way and can be added to the mass media. Yes, the media can open up many doors, and we had the problems before the pandemic that the scientists, if they had something to say after the celebrities, after many things, it has to do with the pandemia. With the pandemia, the people is getting interested in sciences, and the journalists are reading many things on sciences. And I hope that this will change also the scientific journalism that was in crisis during many years because the budget was cut down for them. But now that is changing with the pandemic, with COVID-19, to have a consciousness that science is important and that is an obligation for each scientist. Melania has mentioned Twitter, and we do not have to ask to all the ones that produce a thesis to have a summary of half page and in a simple way so that the grandmother can understand it. We need to train the people to understand science, and we have to work on that from the academic world. Thank you, Gianmarco. Thank you, Melania. We have a lot of tasks, scientists, to train ourselves, to train the new generations, and to try to communicate better with society in general. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure. And I say goodbye, leaving Magdalena here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Soledad, Melania, Gianmarco, and all the ones that follow this panel. We have learned a lot regarding how we are operating now from the scientific diplomacy at a regional level, and the need to implement to reduce the gap among the ones that take the decisions on the scientific world. We will take a break of 15 minutes in order to come back with the second panel that will have to do with the experience of the laws regarding climate change in several countries of the region and how the scientific evidence has become important for
Te presentamos Territoriar, una app que te permitirá aprender sobre nuestra biodiversidad de una manera lúdica, didáctica y completa. Chile es un laboratorio de una invaluable riqueza en biodiversidad presente en sus ecosistemas terrestres y marinos. Descarga la app, disfruta, aprende y educa a distintos cursos y edades a través de realidad aumentada y fichas con información descargable para ser usadas en la sala de clases o desde la casa. Vamos a territoriar.
El cambio climático altera el ciclo del agua. Somos testigos del derretimiento de glaciares y de cómo las condiciones hidrológicas afectan la generación eléctrica, los caudales en la cordillera, el almacenamiento en los embalses y con ello la disponibilidad de agua potable y el suministro para riego. El agua es parte de un todo y no podemos entenderla desvinculada del territorio.
La planificación y gestión hídrica se deben realizar a nivel de cuenca, considerando la interacción entre ecosistemas terrestres y acuáticos. Entendiendo nuestra diversidad geográfica, necesitamos evaluar distintas alternativas de infraestructura, verde, gris o una combinación de ellas, que se haga cargo tanto de la cantidad como de la calidad del agua.
El desierto se expande. Debido a la disminución de las precipitaciones y al incremento de la temperatura, se proyecta que el aumento de la aridez afecte al 10% de la superficie continental chilena, es decir, 71.400 kilómetros cuadrados. Análisis de periodos comparados estiman disminuciones respecto a la media histórica de precipitaciones, como también una reducción en los caudales mínimos diarios y el incremento en los caudales máximos. Esto último porque, entre otros factores, las altas temperaturas favorecen el derretimiento del hielo y de la nieve.
Chile es un país altamente vulnerable al cambio climático y esto tiene importantes consecuencias. Enfrentamos una mega sequía, han sido más de 10 años con bajas precipitaciones que junto a otros factores nos ponen en una condición de evidente escasez hídrica o desbalance entre la cantidad de agua que demandamos versus la que disponemos.
Ya podemos ver cómo la provisión y regulación de flujos de agua son alterados por el cambio climático y otros vaivenes en la demanda, con graves consecuencias para el ecosistema y la sociedad, tal y como la conocemos. La Mesa Agua del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, convocada por el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación y conformada por 97 académicos, revela la relación entre seguridad hídrica y el bienestar humano como un elemento central para enfrentar el cambio climático en Chile y el mundo, entregando herramientas que consideran factores como la normativa, institucionalidad, información, calidad, planificación y gestión del agua. Cuidar el agua es cuidar la vida. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
El cambio climático y la evidencia muestra que la temperatura en Sudamérica superó la del siglo XIX en 0,6 grados Celsius. El cambio climático es una de las principales amenazas globales a la biodiversidad. Altera los procesos fisiológicos de las especies y sus interacciones, el comportamiento de los organismos, la estructura y funcionamiento de los ecosistemas y su distribución. En un ciclo que se retroalimenta, afecta la captura del carbono y la cantidad almacenada en el suelo, los ciclos de nutrientes, la productividad, la polinización y la resistencia a los patógenos, transformando los ecosistemas.
A partir de la generación de evidencia empírica buscamos contribuir a mejorar la relación sociedad-ecosistema para mitigar y poder adaptarnos mejor al cambio climático. Ahora, esto requiere, por un lado, cambiar ciertas prácticas productivas y también prácticas económicas que tienen impactos negativos sobre los ecosistemas y que contribuyen también al cambio climático. Y por otro, reconocer que el ser humano es un componente más de la biodiversidad y depende de él.
El impacto del cambio climático sobre la biodiversidad y la forma en la que nos relacionamos e interactuamos con ella contribuye a que los ecosistemas y las funciones que prestan se degraden, afectando su capacidad de mitigar emisiones y de aumentar el bienestar de las personas.
Las soluciones basadas en la naturaleza son un apoyo importante en las iniciativas de descarbonización de todas las economías en el planeta y en particular de la chilena. Adicionalmente proveen cobeneficios para la adaptación y la biodiversidad y requieren, eso sí, proteger los ecosistemas y restaurar sus capacidades para capturar carbono de la atmósfera.
Cuidar los ecosistemas es imprescindible para evitar el doble impacto en la biodiversidad y el cambio climático. Por ejemplo, cuando el suelo está contaminado, eso se expande a ríos y océanos, promoviendo la proliferación de microalgas nocivas para la salud humana. Asimismo, la pérdida de bosques hace que se deje producir oxígeno y no se pueda secuestrar el CO2 que contribuye al calentamiento global. Impactos como el anterior hacen imprescindible que tomemos conciencia del cuidado de la biodiversidad si queremos hacer frente a los avances y efectos del cambio climático. Atendiendo esta realidad, 105 académicos se comprometieron con el Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, dando vida a la mesa Biodiversidad del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático. Porque potenciar soluciones basadas en la naturaleza promueve el equilibrio entre lo económicamente sustentable y lo medioambientalmente sostenible. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación. Chile es altamente vulnerable al cambio climático. Sus impactos van desde la disminución de recursos hídricos derivada de las fluctuaciones en el nivel de precipitaciones y el derretimiento de nieve y hielo, hasta consecuencias climáticas como la mega sequía que afectan tanto a la población como a la infraestructura y a los sistemas naturales. Al cambio climático se le atribuye la extinción reciente de especies, alteraciones en su distribución geográfica, actividades estacionales, migración de especies, repercusiones negativas en el rendimiento de cultivos, entre otros tantos impactos en diferentes ecosistemas a nivel local y mundial. El concepto de adaptación tiene que ver con prepararnos y resolver las consecuencias de un cambio climático producido, en gran parte, por la acción humana. Es esperable entonces que sea la misma sociedad la que se haga cargo, aumentando la resiliencia y reduciendo las vulnerabilidades.
Para lograr el desarrollo sostenible en Chile, se deben implementar medidas efectivas de adaptación a nivel sectorial, nacional, regional y comunal. Tomando en cuenta la incertidumbre y más allá de la meta a la que aspiramos llegar, la implementación de cualquier medida se debe entender como un proceso en constante evolución que implica resolver permanentemente los impactos que ya existen y prepararnos para los que vendrán en el futuro.
Para avanzar en la adaptación al cambio climático, es necesario hacer frente a desafíos que muchas veces están vinculados con el desarrollo, como son la pobreza, el hambre y la disponibilidad de agua. De las crisis deben emerger las transformaciones como procesos conscientes y guiados que promuevan establecer objetivos comunes, la creación de nuevos modelos de desarrollo y avanzar en justicia social y ambiental. Ello implica capturar y mirar evidencia que nos inspire en el establecimiento de nuevas medidas.
Para responder al cambio climático debemos adaptarnos, y aunque mucho de lo que estamos haciendo hoy es útil, para esa adaptación no es suficiente, por lo que hay que complementarlo con innovaciones y cambios profundos. Debemos realizar procesos y respuestas transformacionales para salir adelante. Por otro lado, aceptar que el cambio climático está lleno de incertidumbres activa el potencial para diseñar procesos transformacionales que involucren a distintos actores sociales utilizando a su vez información basada en ciencia.
En Chile hemos avanzado en el diseño e implementación de políticas públicas, pero aún existen posibilidades de mejora. Nuestro país debe ajustarse a los impactos del cambio climático de forma transversal, a distintas escalas administrativas y con participación de múltiples actores sociales, donde la ciencia cumple un rol clave al disponibilizar información y evidencia científica al servicio de la generación de políticas públicas y propuestas en materia de adaptación. Es por ello que con la participación de 73 académicos y cumpliendo con el mandato del Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación, se construyó la Mesa de Adaptación del Comité Científico de Cambio Climático, generando conocimientos y propuestas concretas de apoyo a la toma de decisión. Porque adaptarse es mucho más anticipación que reacción. Ministerio de Ciencia, Tecnología, Conocimiento e Innovación.
Mitigar es una herramienta fundamental para hacer frente al cambio climático. Es intentar neutralizar la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero, impidiendo que el planeta se caliente en extremo, lo que en concreto se traduce en metas de largo plazo, para evitar el aumento de la temperatura superficial del planeta, más de 1,5 grados Celsius sobre los niveles preindustriales, de acuerdo con lo planteado en el Acuerdo de París. Pese a que Chile produce aproximadamente el 0,3% de las emisiones a nivel global, nuestra incidencia cambia al considerar agrupadamente todos los países que se encuentran en similar posición y que juntos aportamos cerca del 40% del total de gases de efecto invernadero. Somos entonces parte del problema, pero podemos ser mucho más protagonistas de la solución.
Debemos tomar posición respecto del gran potencial de Chile en energías renovables, tanto para abastecer nuestros requerimientos energéticos internos como...
Good morning, good morning. We are here back with this second panel today that talks about the institutional system for the evidence of climate change. After this short break, I will comment you that in this panel we will discuss on the processes linked to the laws regarding climate change that have been implemented or are in the process of being in our countries, incorporating the scientific consultancy. We have invited from Peru and Chile that will tell us about this experience. We want to tell you that after the exhibition, the panel of conversation will be done with the questions that you send.
Hacer sus consultas en el chat que está habilitado tanto en la plataforma Eventia, en la cual se transmite este evento, y también en el canal de YouTube. Así que ahora vamos a saludar a Rosa Morales, quien abrirá este bloque. Rosa.
Muchas gracias.
Hola.
Bienvenida. Welcome, very much welcome. I will present you before you can expose. Rosa is Magister of Economy from the Bank of Spain, has more than 20 years experience in themes of climate change, natural resources, climate financing, solutions based on nature and sustainable development in public and private institutions. Now she's the General Director of Climate Change and from the Minister of Environment, and she's a teacher from Universidad Católica from Peru. She's the main researcher of the Peruvian Institute of Studies and also consultancy of the Vice Minister Committee of Strategic Development of Natural Resources. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I say hello from Peru and the Environmental Ministry and the Minister Rubén Ramírez and Alfredo Mamani. Here we will share with you the experience of Peru in terms of the public ambit and its relationship with the academical ambit. And we will see how from a public policy, in fact, we can promote the work of the academy in specific matters of climate change. One thing that science informs us that is already here since some time ago is the climate change. And the science, information, evidence is telling us that this is happening. In Peru, as many other countries, we have made a process since some years ago, but here we will focus from 2014 on with a series of events that have to do with different conferences regarding climate change. But what I want to rescue are some milestones of public policies as the national strategy in front of climate change, the framework law from 2019 and its rules that passed through a process of public consultancy and the process of adaptation of 2020. The law brings us a concept which is the integral management of climate change, which is a concept that from a point of view wraps around all what we have been doing in Peru in terms of climate change. And I will try to explain here how this theme of the academy and the science is being inserted. And in this last moment, which are the institutional developments? The objectives of the law associated to this concept of integral management of climate change is to accomplish a public function related to principles and dispositions and these kinds of politics and to execute them, etc., in relation with the impact of climate change, that when we talk about adaptation, we are talking in relation with climate change, also about impact. And when we speak of mitigation, we will speak of the mitigation of the gases of greenhouse gases. So we have been working in two lines, two main lines. One is to fortify the institution, and the big objective of fortifying the institution is to implement, to be able to implement the climatic action. Our contributions at the national level, that in Peru we are calling our climate challenge, which is a concept that can be very well understood and can be very well transmitted to population. Also, this integral management is based on different focus. We have a multi-sectoral work that has to do with many activities of producing of and consumption of several levels, and we are impacts in many places of the land, of the territory, and multi-actor, because we convoke all the actors of society, indigenous peoples, private sector, young academy, regional and national governments, unions, the Afro-Peruvian peoples, etc. All of them can participate in the Commission of Climate Change. Here it comes, this frame that has to do with the Commission of High Level of Climate Change that has 14 ministers there, that is a permanent commission that has a strategic regard and has to take a look to the contribution of the country. The National Commission on Climate Change is different because the other one starts with the law. This national one is very old ambit with more than 20 years that now has been upgraded and has a composition with all these factors that I am telling you. And among those factors is the academic. And then we have the platform of the indigenous people to face climate change that respond, we could say, to vision, global vision, because this was established in the Paris Agreement, but also to a national vision that started before the ruling. Which are our objectives in relation with our climatic challenge? We have 92 measures of adaptation identifying all the sectors you can see there. We are including tourism and transport now from the part of the implementing sectors, that means the health minister, the agricultural minister, the transport ministry, and so on. In the case of mitigation, our objective is to reduce in 40% our emissions in 2030 in relation to 2015. And there we have the sectors of emissions, which produce greater emissions, which is basically energy that contains transport and also agriculture. Recently, as I commented, we have approved our national plan of adaptation with PACE, and here we go to the science and the academy, the production of scientific information. We have these climatic scenarios, which are quite recently done, from up to the year 2050 and 2030, with the temperature, rainfalls, and based on that, we have built these risk scenarios for those here, and this is the information we need for the public decision making. Additionally, we have done some studies, and some of them in relation with a long-run regard, and that brings us to a neutral carbonius. There are some costs associated to this action, but there are benefits, of course, as the ones we have here of thousands of millions every year. Going into the ambit of the law at your left, you will see we have all these chapters or themes with general disposition, institutional framework, and so on. And there is especially related to education, science, technology, and innovation. And this is divided in environmental education and innovation, technology, and research. The case of environmental education, we articulated in the system as all the law does, and the instruments that the state has in different ambits. So in this case, in Peru, we have the national policy of environmental education and the national plan. And these instruments are considered. And of course, there is a role in the Ministry of Education, in the Ministry of Cultures, because always is very important cultural behavior in Peru, and the Ministry of Environment, of women and vulnerable population, and the regional and local governments, some of them mentioned in the law, and have a role. So it is specified that this work has to be done. On what has to do with research, technology, and innovation, there is an identification of the public entities that have a role in this case. There is a role to the public and private universities and to the centers of education and research so that they can contribute to the climate change and the conservation of biological diversity, scientific research, and technological and innovation development. The Article 71 promotes the research, development, innovation, and technological innovation. And here you can see this theme of identifying the priorities for climate change, recovery, and respect the knowledges and traditional knowledges, identify the gaps and demands of information and research, and to do the scientific research and technological development work in the agenda of environmental research, and how the resources that come from the use of natural resources that arrive in the different regions can be also used in themes of climate change through the public universities. So in that framework, it was important to fortify the action, the practice that could have the academy in relation to climate change, and that is why, and because of the other groups of interest that I mentioned before, it is formed a group that pushes the climatic action. This group is quite active recently, joining and getting together its members, not only to give impulse to the research, but also to get what it has already been done. And so there have been produced several encounters where in Peru we see what we can highlight in terms of climatic action, and they have identified as part of their functions and objectives to promote the research, promote the transference of technology, diffuse the scientific evidence, and identify gaps for the professional and specialized formation. So as I said, active and making several actions. We have 49 institutions with 21 meetings of coordination and work. We have identified a route, a planning for their work. All this is generating a continuity and is generating a critical mass in order to continue with these works. We have had some formation courses and contribution to the public processes of generation of public instruments, and also activities of diffusion of the information. So, from our viewpoint, all this framework, that in this case we highlight the role of the academy and of science, as to point towards an economical reactivation of a green type. We think that this discussion among development and sustainability is something that has to be surpassed, reinforcing the concept of sustainable development. There is a backup to science, and this needs a lot of work and continuity that we may get quite soon. And another thing which is for all the citizens of the world very clear is that the science and information would inform us even regarding our daily decisions. And we have discovered this quite near thanks to pandemic, and we need scientific evidence in order to regulate our behaviors. And climate change is the same. And here I leave you some information with the QR codes, which is information of diffusion, an instrument of policies that I already mentioned. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rosa, for sharing this process that we have lived in Peru, and we will be attentive to see this document that you will get thanks to the climatic action with the last 5 years. Thank you very much. Now I will invite Pilar Moraga to get into this transmission. Good morning, welcome. Welcome. Thank you, Magdalena. I'm happy to be here. She's an academic of the Law Faculty of Universidad de Chile. She's a lawyer, magister and doctor in the Universidad de Lille, France. She's under the director of the Center of Environmental Law and the Center of CR2 and of the Center of Solar Energy in Chile. She has a lot of publications regarding environmental law, climate change, and energy. Thank you, Pilar. Thank you so much for the invitation. Today we are talking about this institutional system for evidence on climate change described in law in Latin America. And I had several doubts on how to face this issue. And finally, I decided to share with you some results that we have had in this report regarding climatic governance of the elements. I will explain you what it deals with, and it's a work with the line done by the governance line and in interface on biopolitical and science line, and this was done with a cross-sector team regarding the law, climate change in Chile, in the framework of the debate, given in the Commission, Environmental Commission of the Senate. And we were in very important decisions in this, regarding this process. It's passing to the parliament chamber and for its discussion. So the governance could be defined in this meaning as a governance that is inserted in the public policy of climate change, but it's not based in legal frames. And this has the consequences and the particularity of being indicative. They are orientations and directions that may change very fastly. So I say that because the evidence of climate change from a viewpoint of sciences, and if we want to insert this interface in a permanent way, will require of a stability on time. That is why we decided in this discussion to generate a document that could facilitate this conversation among science and decision makers through different documents as the climatic capsule or newsletters that are in the Observatory on Climate Change, and also recently start editing a newsletter regarding the new constitution and climate change. Today, I can share with you the new newsletter. It's the second number regarding climatic governance and the element. And what I will tell you now will be a diagnosis of what is climatic governance, specifically of the elements of nature, and we refer to air, water, earth, and fire in the context of climate change. Today, the relationship of humanity with nature and with the surroundings is something urgent of redefining, and this has to do with the definition of a governance, climatic governance that should count with legal framework that gives stability on time, but also flexibility in order to adapt the new norms to the changes that we're facing day to day in front of warming of the planet. Having said that, governance of the elements is looking for the long term regarding climate change without forgetting that the actions are urgent and must be taken today. And in that sense, there is a road that we should pass that has to do with a climatic immediate action to the medium term and in the long run, and it has to have an integrated viewpoint. This is one of the main challenges, to integrate among the actors, the public or private institutions, scientific or civil society in all the levels, international, national, sub-regional, and local. And for that to happen, we need to have tools and instruments of mechanism of coordination, monitoring, and it needs to be discussed with many of these expectations and define and advance in many of these issues, but the action is on the hands of the decision makers, who should implement those directives that are in this project of legal frame of climate change. And all this has to be done in a transformative way. It is necessary to alter the basic attributes that generate deep changes in personal values, the social structures, or the individual and collective practices. It is not enough with an integrated regard, but also it must be a transformative one and urgent. In this report, that has 4 chapters related to what has to do with the principles of these governances, with a diagnosis of the transversal framework or climatic governance by element, but also transversal, and conclusions and recommendations. It is necessary that the climatic governance will have a principle which is a just climatic action, because today the climatic action cannot be considered if it is not equal for the population, with a just distribution of the charges for the different groups, communities, both at the territorial, national, and even international level. And this requires different kinds of actions, as I told you. Under this umbrella of this just climatic action, we can consider these 3 principles, which are the foreseen focus, which we see that, because today we see that we are many times responding to the fires, responding to the different events, and we need to foresee and prevent these events. At the same time, we have to have a territorial focus to see that the main difficulties we have is the centralization of the decision making in environmental and climate change matters. The authorities the community do not know which is the climatic governance today. This is about around our diagnosis, and it's very important and very urgent to go into national decisions together with subnational local governments. So this is very important to have a good administration that create mechanisms which are efficient for participation, transparency, and also evaluation. So the diagnosis and recommendation, which I will pass very fastly, we have the governance, the current governance of the law that we have today with the constitution that in Chile is in process of change. That is why it's so important to have a diagnosis on which are the lacks of the present constitution in order to advance to a social agreement that will allow us to a better relationship with our surroundings and the elements of nature in order to assure a survival of the ecosystem as well as the population. In this sense, we think that the fragmentation of the different law bodies, of the legal frame in the management of earth, air, water, and fire generate or increase the effects and impacts of climate change. At the same time, as I mentioned, these actors which participate in the management of each one of these elements and policymakers is fragmented. Many times the Supreme Court has said that the lack of generation has favored the occurrence of climate damage with an impact and a risk produced by the climate change. That is why we see also, aside from the fragmentation, the late focus on the decision makers, in which we consider that we need to give responses once the phenomena has occurred. And an additional diagnosis is that the decision makers, the scientific evidence not necessarily is considered. And that depends, as I mentioned before, of each case, of the decision taken by on the process, our experience in the discussion of the framing law was many decisions were produced because of the trust that we had in that moment, but not because of scientific evidence that could be researched at any time. We have a lot of comments regarding the lack of efficiency of the participation of mechanisms in all the governance of the elements that we're seeing today in a transversal way. In front of this diagnosis, we have a great opportunity to generate transformative events in front of the law that are in process, but also in the debates of the Constitution that will have to say which are the principles and the rights that we have for the climatic governance, and for the Constitution will be fundamental, as it will be the consideration of the principles that I already mentioned, the roles of all the individuals, communities, private sectors in order to avoid or minimize the effects of climate change and its causes, and also the rights of the population to have with a stable climate. And in this line, we propose some new instruments. I cannot explain them now, but I could explain them later if you want. Is the consideration of the administration of the territory with our integrated regard of all the elements, and also what we call the climatic refugee hub, not only for the national parks, but also a concept of refugee apply to the cities also, and defining a state of exception, a climatic state of exception that would have permanent alerts that will allow the authorities to take decisions in situations of emergency with the best scientific evidence and with processes of participation that could assure high standards of fiscalization, information, transparency, and participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pilar. As this transformative governance, quite interesting that you are presenting, incorporating a new vision, but also including the participation and the actions that obviously are to be so urgent. I'm going to introduce the person who is going to moderate the panel. So, good morning. Good morning, Raimundo. Raimundo is he's studied social communication, Universidad Austral de Chile, master in scientific communication, as well as medical environmental from the University Pompeu Fabra from Barcelona. And at present, he has been working in the Parliamentary Technical Advisory of the National Library of the National Congress. So you are now in charge of moderating this room. Thank you. And first of all, thank you. Thank you to Rosa and Pilar. It's an honor to moderate this panel and to do this or to ask these questions that are coming up. First, I want to start by Rosa. You were talking about this something classical, but the answer is difficult. What do we do in order to change this economy between production versus preservation to a model of synergy? And how has been the process within the Peruvian sphere to integrate this idea inside the work that you are working at the level of communities and the different instances that take part of all this work within this framework of the climate change law? Okay, thank you very much. There are like two questions here. Yes, one related to the dichotomy and between sustainable development, including from our point of view, the issue on transformational change required to face climate change and economical growth seen only from the point of view of economy. So one of the first things that I think is party to the global mobilization is the generation of evidence. If we do not have evidence and generate this evidence on how these nature-based solutions can bring solutions precisely, not only savings in terms of efficiency, economically speaking, but also generating employment, growth, it is a difficult thing that the ones who make decisions only based on economy it will be difficult for them. So evidence is obviously basic, and it requires the work of the academia. And second, these stakeholder groups, what I can say is that in Peru, there's always been, and I understand that in most of the countries also, always been interested from the civil society, being interested for climate change on a progressive way. I started working this in '97. Then I went to academia, I started to study, but when I came back to the public sector, the exponential growth, the interest that I could perceive at the different groups of society was quite big. So all this interest, all this dynamics is somehow a role to be channeled by the state. So what we did in Peru, when we were doing in 2016 or 17, we retook the discussion on this law that was taken firstly in 2014. We summoned all these groups to participate in the discussion of a bill, a draft that we have for the bill and the regulation. I mentioned already this question, this previous questionnaire or survey that we did. On a parallel way, we were discussing the implementation. So both the institutionalization part, but the implementation as well was taken, and we did we took lots of different discussions. As I said, there was the role of these stakeholders that gives a special role to each of those participating. So by identifying which were the groups that were much more interested and that were more active, we started identifying them. And in the last year and a half, we strengthened this scaffolding, this articulation inside each of these groups, because the idea, well, let's think young people. There's a lot of different young people that they see climate change. Others see climate change and another thing. So there is a kind of a diversity, though. The idea was to contact them all and help them organize so that they can make their own decisions to be part of this big bunch. So it is a road to go. I've got two more questions, but before, not to be only focused on you, I will just pose one of them that has to do with the role of the universities in the generation of this evidence. But I want to ask Pilar. Thank you, Pilar, for your presentation and for all the work done on RC2 of taking this initiative in order to participate in the legislative processes. But you left our one question so far formulated. What is this new instrument, or what are these new instruments? Because you just said there is a dispersion not only on the ways that people can take instruments, but the territories as well. We understand the basins, territories, water. So can you elaborate, please, your ideas? Thank you, Raimundo. Thank you for the opportunity as well, because what happens is, in general, as you know, because you've been working in Congress, when you have a bill, a reform, or an initiative, or a constitution, the first question is, what do we have abroad? What do we have in competitive laws? We are not going to have this answer because we are in a new situation where a report from the IPCC that was launched 2 weeks ago, and we are surprised, although we knew what was to come here. So there are no definite or proven answers. Apparently, the pandemic told us that we have to be working on the road, on the run, in order to make decisions. Maybe in climate change, we can be advanced a bit, and that is what we are trying to do in CR2 by questioning ourselves how we can make this change, this transformational change in society, And we propose then these instruments or mechanisms that might be institutionally recognized as a way of achieving this objective. This is the first important thing. In terms of what is the climatic refugee or refuge, it is something that appears in the literature of biodiversity. And there are different definitions in there, but the idea is to recognize those spaces that have not been affected so far, natural ones, or those who can be kept with certain levels of stability a long time without being affected. And a sure space for certain ecosystems. We are proposing that this sure space can be extended not only to natural spaces, but also to other places where society is living. 90% of the population, at least in Chile, is in the city. So how we can do in our cities safe spaces for the population, and this safety would imply also this security or the safety of their environment, that is to say nature. So we are proposing the generation of basic conditions for this. First, reduction of emissions that are related directly to low atmospheric contamination or pollution. More mitigation is more reduction, zero carbon can take us to a cleaner society in terms of air. But also we're urged in our relationship to water, and many things are to be discussed there. Access, as water safety for ecosystems and for the population. Energy efficiency, sustainable transport, green areas in the cities, that is to say, a whole set of models that we're trying to make concrete. In fact, the next constitutional bulletin should refer to these climatic issues taken to society. And on the other hand, we have this climatic account. We have listened to some accounts on basins, etc., but we want to take it in a wider area. That is to say, understanding this as a territorial unit that can be run participatorily, that is to say, with all the actors, all the players of the basins, for example, not only those who take advantage of water, in a transparent way with the best possible scientific evidence, and running coherently the use of land with, for example, the use of water. And the definition of the city and the atmospheric pollution in terms of preventing fire, for example, how we can have this integral vision in a context of climate change. And in terms of the climate exception, then we believe that we are living in the rule of law, in which climate change is not considered as part of the national security, and this has to be changed. Climate change is taking us to extreme critical situations in which the authorities and decision makers, they should have extraordinary possibilities of acting both in prevention and in repair. So, and stemming from what you have said, I cannot be in more agreement with you that many problems, they do not have legislative solutions because the scenarios changed, particularly after the pandemic, making that the analysis, comparative analysis, come to a second line. So for those who make decisions, how do you imagine that, for example, in the case of the bill for climate change, is this monitoring and the generation of scientific evidence is going to be generated. We're talking about a law that has an application in the territories and in the communities. I believe that this bill is a big step in the definition of a way, a road of instruments within an institutional framework, and this is perfect. But the implementation, as you say, has got lots of challenges. And among these, we have to understand for once and for all that it happens everybody. In the surveys, we always say it is the one who has to do something. I mean, the regional government, the central government, the municipality, etc. Central government can be another country, but it is necessary that while this proposal is being discussed, we can have minimal conditions and footings so that this can go forward. We have to have obligations for the regional governments that today, according to the project, they are leading the regional committees on climate change, so they will be in charge of making the regional plans for actions in terms of climate change. So within this urgency, while this bill is being treated, we have to be aware of what is coming now, because the Congress is thinking of lowering fuel taxes. So this is a contradiction. Something is bad. While we're having the discussion of this bill, which is vanguardist, and it will transform something, we are lagging behind in our mentality in terms of responsibilities. In terms of the evidence, there was a lot of effort done, at least in trying to put these methodologies on accountability, put them all in one line so that they could be speaking at the same language coming to the Ministry of the Environment, and this could report to the Climate Change Commission along the same line. So the idea was to facilitate and to make much more transparent the accountability through a common language. So I go back to Rosa, and there was a question that Maisa proposed in the chat, which is linked to the same thing. Question is, what is the mandate and what is the attribution of those groups, the driving team or the driving group? And then I'm going to ask you about universities. Well, this is a driving group of academia, because there are several ones. There is a driving one on young people. Not all of them have got the same name. They choose their own names. So Afro-Peruvian, indigenous peoples. But the mandate that we have with the mandate is towards the Commission. And the Commission has got representatives. The idea was that these representatives could have a solid basis of representativeness, and that is why we incentivize the creation of these groups. So it was a confluency, a convergence of two roads, the Ministry of the Environment and the civil society. And the mandate to the Commission is that they should accompany public policies in terms of climate change. So many groups of civil society have exerted along the years with a kind of a vigilant vision, but we want that this accompanying today would be closer in terms of wider public policies, but also an implementing role. What we need, as Pilar said, in climate change is, if if all of us are not doing something, we cannot achieve anything because the state cannot do it alone. They do play a role and they have to comply with it, but the rest of the society has got a role as well. So in terms of the implementation as well, there is a role. According to different groups, they will identify their priorities, but the thing is that we need to have the three roles. Accompanying that without the commission itself, and also implementation. Implementation that has to be done by everybody. I wanted to ask you, how have you seen the process in which we can use efficiently the resources that are used in generating scientific evidence? I understood through public universities. Yes, the public universities can receive resources for research. So together with this driving group, we want to propitiate or to foster that along the whole grill of issues, universities should take climate change on a permanent and organized way. We have some universities, particularly in the southern part of Peru, in the Andes, that as they have worked climate changes with some projects, they have generated researches, courses, even the master's degree on climate change. But the idea is that this can be widened up. Thank you. One of the things that are concerning us is that this not only goes to government or to the legislative power, but also to the society as a whole. But the structure is scientific. So it's got to be generated through bulletins being published so that they can reach the decision makers. How do you see this change in narratives from this world of science, just to mention one of the protagonists? By taking these concepts on the nature-based solution, taking concepts out of academia, but taking it to other areas, to other spheres. It is an open question for the two of you. Pilar, if you want to start. Well, one thing that has always called my attention by working these issues, I started in climate change and I have been around this for years, but I have been close enough to nature-based solutions. And one of the things which is still surprising for me is how people that not necessarily work these issues, when they refer to environment, they refer to something which is far away in some place. You that are Rosa, that you are working in this thing on environment, they tell me at the university level. But if you see the publications or publicity in the television, they say, well, protect the environment or protect your environment. Something that is telling us that we people are different from the environment, something that you see from your window. But this closeness, this approach that I think is so much important, we as human beings feel ourselves linked to this environment, which is called the environment, but it is present in every step of us. We are in an ecosystem anyway, altered, modified, whatever, but it is an ecosystem in which we are immersed. So when I listened to this concept of nature-based solutions. And when we say solution, you say, what is the problem? And the problem are people. So this approach is fundamental, is basic, so that there would be much better understanding and much more massive. Because we need collective awareness on how we are linked, on everything that happens in our neighborhood will affect us anyway. And it is here where I see a change in the vision through new narratives, and we are to be much more sophisticated so that we incorporate this new concept that seemed to be quite far away, and we consider that the environment is not integrated by us. Pilar, I want to ask you, in terms of what is the work being done by the RC2 to incorporate the scientific evidence generated not only in accompanying these bills, but also, can you tell us a little more on the on how you are working with the convention, with the constitutional convention in Chile today?
On that project, proposed to the Commission to start collaboration that we haven't yet institutionally concrete, and we hope that it will be done. And for the moment, we are communicating the main debates and reflections, even if the Commission still is in a previous stage, but the two Magister conferences organized in such a thing. One was regarding climate change. So this IPCC report and also the governance ones were presented there. And we hope to generate these channels, but still we have the challenge in front of us. We don't know how to do it. So to know about the origin of CO2, this is a priority established by the government of Chile with financing by the state. And the idea is to search for an interface, and the state has good intention for the sciences to approach for the decision makers. So we think that it is needed to do it, but also the transmission that the state of Chile is orienting. And there was a question that in the context of this panel that has to do with what can you tell us about the experience of the scientific consultancy in surveillance in different countries and in legislation in Chile, in Peru. Do the laws are similar? The evidence, is it incorporated, the scientific evidence is incorporated in these laws? Are they advanced in regarding other Latin America projects or something like that? Maybe it's a question that, no, I was thinking while you were talking on if that would have happened somewhere in the world, we wouldn't be here. So such evidence of where we are now is clear, makes clear that that work has not been done well. In the paradigm that we have, and it's a good example, is the example of the United Kingdom. We invited once a person very important, but I don't remember his name, that was saying that when a report came out regarding the floods in England, is when the changes started. The important one started. So we see when the science was able to reach the policymakers gave them a space, a big space, to what has been discussed in the United Kingdom regarding this matter. So In Latin America, I do not know such successful experiences in that level. And we have done some efforts, but we need to let them become institutionality. Maybe Peru is a better example of all this. Yes, exactly. In Scotland, some years ago, a few years ago, and sorry for the lack of precision, but I don't count on my memory. We declare the climatic emergency state in Scotland. I will search for it while we talk. Rosa, please. How can we work with the same languages with different actors, the same as in Peru, that you have different ethnias, different social and climatic realities. The country that many times, like in Chile, we have in the north and in the south two completely different worlds. Not only that the environment is something external, but another reality. How you have seen in Peru, how do you see the process of combining languages, reaching harmony among them, all this effort, how to protect and mitigate climate change? I think that the experience we had in the previous consultancy have to give content to such question as to put it as an object, not as just as a conceptual construction. There are two levels, I think, and they are linked together. One are the languages. The languages have each one its own cosmovision. The languages are alive and they have history and a lot of tradition. And one thing that we are trying to do of intercultural focus, we see not only an affirmation and a discourse, a way of saying, but we're trying to concrete it. One thing that we had to do when we went to all the sessions, the informative sessions, were some steps. And one of those steps, the larger one, the bigger one, was to make 14 visits to different regions in Peru, different places where representatives of the 7 organizations came here, of the 7 organizations of the indigenous peoples of Peru gathered. And the theme of the translators was fundamental to start with. And the materials also we did it in the different languages. The law, for instance, was published. And in my presentation, which is also written in Quechua, which is the second most important language. And the other 6 languages, it is translated but in an oral way, because the oral way of the languages is part of the culture. And now we have also some laws in oral text. And the other issue, which is more linked to the last part of your question, sorry, I am getting a phone call and I'm not responding. The other part has to do with that, yes, it is needed to achieve an agreement on what is each one of the themes, mitigation and all the themes of the laws. We have to put all those themes in the rules, and the persons understand it It came from their own reality, their own surroundings, their own daily life. So there are different themes, and we have to recognize this because the realities are different. And when you speak of adaptation in Amazonia, it's different than the Andes region. There are some common elements, but part of diversity is precisely what we need to recognize at the global level much more. We have common things with Bangladesh, for instance, but not everything, of course. And that reality is such. So we have some concepts and some comprehension that we need in order to know what we are talking about, but we have to recognize such differences and work with the implementation on site, on the spot, and work with the realities and concepts that may be there. Thank you. A last question for Pilar. Taking advantage of her tremendous experience in the legal work of law. And there are many laws that are stated, and we look for solutions, similar solutions in other places, and we do not find them. And I want to ask you how, from your vision, we can incorporate the scientific evidence in the development of laws in the executive power or in the parliament or in public policies. Thank you for the question. I think that this project established some mechanisms, the creation of a committee or the formalization of a scientific committee for climate change that exists up to now, but get some determined roles, and among those roles, it is to refer to the reports of the sectors or of the regions, and there we can have a feedback from the scientific point of view of the advancement that the authority, that the political authorities are doing. From the parliament also, we have excellent initiatives regarding the discussion of this law for climate change. We agree in the reform of the, to establish a table of work with experts, with civil society, with private. And that mechanism would be fantastic if it would be established as a rule, because it is a consultancy, which is fantastic. And we can count, and the positive aspect of this is that all these tasks of collaboration among science and decision makers, and especially legislative and executive measures are, I don't know, that means for free. So there are a lot of will from the scientists and the experts to collaborate. So let's imagine that this becomes an institution. We could have a great advancement, and the law will advance, and there are initiatives that we could rescue and could be permanent on time. Rosa and Pilar, I thank you so much to be with you. It has been an honor to moderate this conversation. I will leave you with Magdalena, because as I understand, there are some other questions from other nets. So I pass Magdalena and I say bye-bye. Here I am getting out. Pilar, Rosa, Rai, thank you so much for being in this panel. The question that I want to ask you has to do with the previous panel. So I will pass to Soledad, because I don't want that this question remains in the chat. So Soledad, please, can you give the answer to this? And we thank you, Magdalena. Yeah, in fact, we get a question quite late for the previous panel. So I ask our guests, and the question was, in this equation, science, politics, diplomacy, where the youth and children come in the decision for democratic space. And Jean-Marc says that from the level of the parliamentary level, there are child's parliament, kids parliament at the municipal level also. They are creating spaces for the kids to give their opinion, and the scientists and the kids can meet in the schools. In fact, we have the program 1,000 scientists, 1,000 schools, where the scientists go to the school and they tell what they are doing. I have been there a couple of times, and it's very, very interesting experience to hear the kids, the children. Melania says they are exercised as a model of United Nations, the simulation among children of the United Nations. In Chile, we had that experience with the parliament, with the Chilean parliament. We made a youth parliament. And the interesting thing is that those exercises make the children develop their activities in order to participate in the mechanism of decision makers, which is something that the scientists need to develop. And finally, I want to say that to the scientists, when we would say that there are some groups that are left aside from the public policies many times, and maybe in the development of public policies that has not been seen. The fact of evaluating the public policies is very important, because we see not only the impact we have had, but also who is remaining aside. So we have a double mission there, but the children are very important in the context of climate. Thank you, Magdalena. It is fundamental to include them, as somebody was saying yesterday, until very few times there was thought the climate change for our grandsons and granddaughters, but now we are thinking the issue for our daughters and sons, and it's very important to hear the voices of your youth. With this, we're ending the second conference of scientific evidence and public policies, climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean. I want to thank all the ones that made possible this activity, the organizers, the technical team, participants, and all the ones that support diffusion. Also, we hope that this activity has been a contribution to this activity and the new findings and systems that make possible to monitor this phenomena, that will have a lot of activity in the next year, to have a very good afternoon, and the videos of all the days will be at your disposal on YouTube under the name of this second conference. Thank you very much to everyone.
El agua es la base de la vida. Sin ella, nuestra existencia en este planeta azul sería imposible. Miles de millones se invierten en el mundo cada año buscando agua en otros rincones de la galaxia. Llegó a la Tierra como un regalo del universo. ¿Por qué no protegerla y proteger así nuestra vida?
El sistema hídrico es un sistema complejo y el ciclo del agua es un sistema complejo. Y por lo tanto el agua de la cuenca nace, probablemente puede venir parte de derretimientos glaciares, parte de cuencas altas, parte de humedales altos. El agua va fluyendo, pero el agua va fluyendo superficialmente y parte del agua va fluyendo en forma subterránea. Alimenta acuíferos subterráneos. Es como un sistema circulatorio nuestro dentro del sistema geológico de la Tierra.
La prioridad del agua está súper mal definida en Chile. Una empresa extranjera puede venir y decir vamos a necesitar el 90% del agua de este río y lo pueden hacer. Y no queda para un uso racional o un uso sensato de la naturaleza en que el hombre pueda vivir armónicamente. Son impactos demasiado drásticos, en tiempos demasiado cortos. Entonces eso genera impactos irreversibles.
La ciudad te da una sensación extraña de olvido de dónde vienen las cosas. O sea, los niños, y esto como un cliché, perdona, pero el niño que va al supermercado y cree que el pollo lo están haciendo atrás en una pieza y que la lechuga le hicieron allá atrás en otra pieza, qué sé yo, y no tiene ni idea de dónde vienen esas cosas que se están comiendo. Entonces no entendemos nuestra historia, no entendemos nuestros orígenes, de dónde venimos, y por eso estamos como estamos.
Cuando se produce una crisis tan grande, que no es solo económica, que no es solo ecológica, que es también psicológica y espiritual, que compromete el interior del ser humano. En el otro polo, puesto que todo es bipolar, surge la disidencia. Esa disidencia siempre toma contacto con la cultura popular, siempre. Y con las culturas indígenas. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos conservan todavía esta vinculación con el orden natural. Y ellos saben que no habrá recuperación de la enfermedad mental del hombre moderno si no nos reconciliamos con el orden natural, si no nos reconciliamos con la creación.
Toda nuestra vida, todo nuestro sistema, todos nuestros bosques, todos nuestros animales dependen del agua. Si no hay agua, no existimos como humanidad. Si no hay agua, no existimos como cultura. Nuestros abuelos se guiaban por las señales astronómicas, el sol, la luna, las estrellas también. Cuando el sol salía en cierta época del año, ya sabían ellos que esa época comenzaba el tiempo de las cosechas, o el tiempo de sembrar, el tiempo de limpiar los canales. Y eso fue por miles de años que se practicó el respeto al agua. Si no hubiese existido el agua o no hubiese estado el agua en estos lugares, no hubiésemos existido como cultura.
Entre los ñen o los seres de nuestra cultura existen algunos que son más importantes, podríamos decir, como el Chahuanti, que es el Padre Sol, la Ñuqueale o Ñuquequillén, que es la Madre Luna, que regula la fertilidad, la siembra, las mareas. Y también el Chauco, el Padre Agua. El agua purifica, el agua revitaliza, el agua nutre, tiene 1000 propiedades y lo más importante es que da la vida. Donde no hay agua, no hay vida. Lo más importante que yo siento ahí es la energía del Chauco, del Padre Agua, y la importancia que tiene respetar su nacimiento y su continuidad en el territorio que llega al mar y el ciclo natural del agua que debería ser respetado por una política de Estado.
Tú, si alteras este ciclo en una cuenca, si alteras este ciclo a nivel global por deforestación, por falta de evaporación de humedad de los árboles, etcétera, etcétera, tú lo que vas a tener es degradación completa del sistema hídrico.
En la evolución de la vida en el planeta siempre se han respetado ciertas leyes. Todos los organismos son respetuosos de ciertas leyes, menos el ser humano.
O sea, él mira la naturaleza y dice, son recursos naturales. La madera es recurso, el agua es recurso, el aire es recurso. ¿Todo para qué? Para hacer cada vez más poderosa tu ciudad, para hacer más poderoso a tus empresarios, para hacer más activa la lógica de los negocios. Para eso, tú llamas a la naturaleza recursos naturales.
El crecimiento económico hoy día se ve como aquella palanca que puede traerle el bienestar a la población. Pero el crecimiento económico además nos está trayendo pasivos ambientales que se van acumulando y que van a terminar poniendo en riesgo al propio ser humano.
Uno tiene que poner antecedentes de que esto no es solamente por salvar a los animalitos, esto tiene que ver con salvar el bienestar de la gente. Entonces, por tanto, yo creo que es necesario el crecimiento, pero el crecimiento infinito no es posible en un planeta que es finito y por tanto la transición ecológica no puede ser hecha con la misma mentalidad que creó los problemas que hoy día queremos enfrentar.
El planeta no tiene los recursos que necesita un desarrollo del 3,5% o el 4% anual mantenido por 50 años. Por lo tanto, la pregunta es, ¿por qué no están haciendo estos cálculos? ¿Por qué están llevando a la humanidad al precipicio?
Entonces el ser humano está literalmente desmoronando a la biosfera. O sea, por un lado, exhalamos cantidades increíbles de dióxido de carbono y después destruimos los bosques y el fitoplancton que podrían absorberlo. Pareciera que estamos en un suicidio, estamos tratando de suicidarnos, desmoronando nuestro propio ser. Este es nuestro propio ser. La biosfera es nuestro propio ser macroscópico y estamos nosotros mismos derrumbando.
El ejemplo principal hoy día en el mundo es el cambio climático. Genera niveles de cambios meteorológicos que son brutales, como lluvias torrenciales, huracanes, tsunamis, etcétera, etcétera, y que va asociada a menos agua, y todos sabemos qué es lo que pasa en una sociedad con menos agua. Sin agua no hay posibilidad de vivir.
Estamos en una situación de estrés de nuestras napas freáticas que es generalizada entre Atacama y Chiloé, donde se extrae más agua de la recarga. ¿Y cuál es la solución que le damos? Que cada vez que hay una crisis hídrica se profundizan pozos. O sea, agrandamos el problema.
Y por tanto yo creo que la salida de todas las crisis, la crisis socioambiental del país, que también explota la crisis social y el estallido social, y hacia la crisis hídrica, es necesario tener ese diálogo. Porque cuando uno habla de que es necesario ahorrar agua en la casa, me aparecen en Twitter, esto no es sequía, es saqueo. Y la verdad es que es un poquito saqueo, es un poquito sequía, y también tiene que ver con las decisiones que nosotros tomamos. Porque tenemos huellas de agua que son importantes, la que ocupamos en la casa, lo que comemos y lo que compramos. Y por tanto la minería no hace productos para robots, son celulares, son computadores, son automóviles. La agricultura no hace comida para otros, son las cosas que nosotros comemos. Cada uno de estos sistemas se puede optimizar en términos de impactos ambientales, pero tenemos que entender que la unidad base de esto es que nosotros tenemos que impulsar este cambio hacia una transición ecológica inclusiva, sustentable y resiliente.
El llamado es a buscar soluciones de verdad. Y las soluciones de verdad son ajustar la demanda de recursos naturales a la oferta que el planeta tiene de recursos naturales. Si no entendemos eso, nunca habremos entendido el concepto de sustentabilidad.
Debiera ser una razón de humanidad cuidar el agua en todo su ser.
Es la misma gente que tiene que empezar a darse cuenta la importancia que tienen los ríos, la importancia que tiene la naturaleza para su vida diaria. ¿Por qué no vemos más allá? Vemos que dependemos del agua, dependemos de los glaciares, dependemos del mar, dependemos de esta conexión entre las nacientes de un río y la desembocadura. Todos estos sistemas están vivos. Ella nos entrega todo con los brazos abiertos y nosotros no le estamos dando nada a cambio.
Sí, realmente ves lo que estás mirando. ¿De dónde viene el aire? ¿De dónde viene el agua? ¿De dónde vienen los alimentos? ¿Qué es lo que te puede dar realmente calidad de vida? Y la respuesta a todas esas preguntas es retórico esto. Naturaleza, 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 naturaleza. Entonces tenemos que entender quizás lo más fundamental. La naturaleza está primero.